to a day of unity. I am Council President LaMonica McIver, representing, of course, the great city of Newark. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you all this morning. Today, we are honoring and celebrating the one and only Amiri Baraka, whose birthday is today. Let's clap it up for the one and only Amiri Baraka. Imama would have been 89 today on Earth's soil, and definitely he's celebrating an afterlife and having a way better time, I'm sure, than us, wherever he is. And we're grateful for that. We're grateful for his work, grateful for everything that he's dedicated to us. For us to be here today, many of us who knew him personally, who had a relationship with him, we're doing the work that we're doing because of him, that he planted all of the seeds into us to continue doing the work that we're doing today. We are on the road to the National Black Political Convention. We are on the road. This is the reason why we're here today, and we're in for a treat with the premier panels to talk about real issues together and unified. I want to thank the good brother Ed Riley. He's back there with the orange shirt, just in case you guys do not know who he is. He has been persistent and laser focused on the convention, and we just thank you for your work. We know it's not easy to continue to push forward, so thank you so much, brother. We appreciate your work. I want to give a special thanks to the sponsors who made today possible. First, our one and only, our honorable mayor, Mayor Ras J. Baraka. He's going to be joining us later on a panel this afternoon. We want to thank Newark Public Schools. Our superintendent, Roger Leone, was here earlier, and we want to thank them. We want to give a special shout out to Principal Gerhardt, who's in the back there. She's with us on a Saturday. She is the leader of this beautiful school building that we're in, Science Park High School. So we want to thank her for her welcoming and just being her hospitality today to us. We want to thank Newark Happening, Brick City Peace Collective. Shout out to the director, Kalisha Wingfield Hill, who's going to be on the panel as well today. The great sister doing good work. We want to shout out, of course, the Office of Violence Prevention. We have our queen that we were waiting for, always in regal purple, Director Yuri. Everybody should know Director Yuri. We're thankful for her and her leadership. We also want to shout out the Yard and also MBPC for sponsoring today's event. So I hope everyone in attendance enjoys today's program. I heard Baba say a couple of times this morning that today is just about planting seeds. I stole that from him. He didn't even think I was listening. I'll be listening to him and he don't even know it. Yep, he said make an old man proud. He said today was about planting seeds, so I really hope that you gain a lot of seeds from today's discussions, whether you're here for one panel, two, or three, but definitely that you take those panels back, take those seeds back to the work that you do to your circles, to your inner circles, to your families, and beyond. So enjoy today. God bless you all for being here, and I just, definitely just want you to text a couple of people while you're here. Tell them we here. And that the next panel is starting at what time and for them to get here. It is enough space. They are not in the rain. There's an opportunity for them to come in and at least grab one session today. So do that, post on your social medias, and ask them to come down. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to the one and only Baba, who is right here. I call him Baba. That's what I call him, who's going to moderate this panel. Thank you all.
Let's give a warm round of applause for our Council President, Madam LaMonica McIver. Now, I very purposely, I was teasing her. We were waiting for the mic check. That I have to put the mic on the stand because if I take it in my hand, I'm gonna start taking over the stage and weaponizing this mic, and you won't be able to get it out of my hand, right? So, and she did an introduction that really minimizes my need to be here. But just for sake of grounding, and I appreciate all of the acknowledgments that she did, and I want to acknowledge Principal Gerhardt, who's in the back, and everyone who she acknowledged that was right and just. It helped make this happen. We also have the great Amilcar Cabral taught us to tell no lies and claim no easy victories. We've had some bumps in the road, right, that we're not happy about. And some of those bumps in the road were internal bumps in the road that need to be smoothed out for real. And that's one of the reasons why we do not have the turnout that we have today. But I learned from a bold black man who used to roll with Malcolm X by the name of Herman Ferguson, who said, don't worry about those who don't come, organize those who do. Right? I want everybody to know that this gathering is being live streamed on several platforms, including the cities, including the platform of the National Black Political Convention, right? So it can be shared. Those are not here. LaMonica was right. You want to text somebody, pick up the live stream, right? Because it's happening, right? Some grounding. Now, I don't have my gourd and my water with me, but I want to acknowledge in an ancestral way, do a modest libation. 5 ancestors who were important to what happened in Gary in 1972 to invoke the spirit of unity, right? Because that's what we're here for. One of the problems, y'all, I want you to hear me. One of the problems that took place in Gary was, and it's the least spoken of problem in Gary 72, was the question of gender equity and gender balance. And we're still struggling with that problem. So I want to lift up 2 incredible females who were lifted up regally at Gary, acknowledging that the other work by a whole lot of other females need also to be lifted up properly moving forward. Y'all heard of Martin Luther King Jr., right? But did you know how bad his queen Coretta Scott was? Coretta Scott King, who was a woman of stature in her own right? Who stood with that man thick and thin, and including at times when he made some horrible mistakes, but held on to him, held on to the mission, and in his absence after he was snatched from us on April 4th, 1968, found a way to stand on her own legs without her amazing partner, and built an institution that's called the Martin Luther King Center for Social Change in Atlanta, Georgia, that is still rolling, run by their youngest daughter, Reverend Bernice King. For Coretta Scott King, I want y'all to give me an ashe. Give me an ashe. Give me an ashe. I know y'all heard of this. I know y'all heard of this long-legged cat out of Detroit by the way of Malcolm X, right? But did you know this Queen Betty Bahia Shabazz? Most of y'all ain't never knew she even had an African name. Betty Bahia Shabazz, right? And once upon a time in New York City, and I was a young street soldier back then, rolling with some folks back then in the city, we had a mayor who was not like our mayor, who was going to give the space that was the former Audubon Ballroom to Columbia University, one of the worst landlords in the city of New York, for $1, and destroy that historical landmark where Malcolm organized and where Malcolm was ultimately assassinated. We said, hell no, you not, Mr. Mayor. And we raised hell in that town. We turned that town's community board around, because that's how you get down in New York, right? We saved that building, and then Dr. Betty appreciated what she did, and she struggled with it because it's a place of trauma for her. She and her children were there and witnessed the falling of her husband. So that was a tough thing for her to deal with. But once she finally embraced it, said, we're going to turn this into a place that not only honors my husband's legacy, but we're going to turn this into an education space. So that space is now the Malcolm X Dr. Shabazz Educational Center, formerly the Audubon Ballroom. Betty Bahia Shabazz was rightly treated like a queen at the 1972 Gary Convention. Give me an ashe for Dr. Betty Bahia Shabazz. Ashe. Ashe. We had a young soldier on with us last night on All Politics Are Local, who's going to be with us later on, who represents the best in the difficult spaces that a lot of us come from, because a lot of us are a lot of stuff, yours truly included. I was not born no Baba Zaid and Gaza Muhammad. Y'all can believe that, right? All right? My son, I'm talking about my son right now. And my son was, brother who justice impacted. It's the language that we're learning to use. but came out of that and went into hip-hop and became a force not just for, consciousness, but actually became a presence, in the work, the larger on-the-ground work, as he now works for Until Freedom, right? So that kind of energy is important. But he lifted up somebody who almost made it here, but who was there at Gary and was a very important organizing force during that period for Dr. Martin Luther King. And that's why Coretta was there. I don't know if ever y'all heard of Harry Belafonte. Harry Belafonte, who in the top of the epic decade of the 1960s was our most beloved performer. And he used that status not just to raise the question of racial injustice in America, but to bring his artistic friends and comrades into the struggle in very personal and material and physical ways. The Sidney Poitiers and Nancy Wilsons and all those other folks became friends and partners with Dr. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X by virtue of Harry fostering those relations. We said we just can't, shine while our people are battling. We got to help that battle. And he was a facilitator in that very important way, an important piece of the 1972 Gary Convention. And he passed away just a little while ago. And in his later stage, he did a lot to help mentor his daughter Gina Belafonte's generation in several formations that are actively involved, including Until Freedom. Right? So I want you to give me an ashe for Harry Belafonte. Ashe, give me one. Give me one. Give me one. My grandfather is from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Died in the Wool Clan country. Shot his way out of the South. I'm going to tell you something about that. Right? And nearby Klan country that was Stone Mountain, Georgia, was Sandersville, Georgia. You know where I'm going from, right? And no bigger than this, but with long vision. See, we need leaders that have vision. We're here because we have a mayor that has vision. His comrade, the mayor Jackson, all the hell they're catching, had vision. I'm sure you've heard of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, but did you know that his birthday is today? Today! And way back in the early days of the mighty nation of Islam, this long-legged street cat that he cleaned up came out of prison and found himself in that Detroit mosque, the first mosque, and was not happy with the fact that all this wisdom, all this brotherhood and sisterhood, all this beauty, but the place wasn't full like we're not full right now. Messenger, cut him loose. Crush the streets. Not just in Detroit, but all up and down the highways and byways of this country. Using the model in what we now call the credible messenger model. You hear me, Brother Dame? Huh? That model that takes those of us who are deeply mired in the hurt and harm of our streets, dealing, banging, all that stuff we've done and need to stop doing, and gave us a model to do what? To wake up, clean up, and stand up. And anybody has a problem with that model, you know what? That's going to be your problem because we're going to work this. And in this city that we love, in spite of all its problems and limitations, what we have done in just the last few years, because we got leadership with vision. We put some programs together, got some brothers and sisters coming from those spaces that they know they were in, cleaning themselves up. And the violence that stalked our streets like crazy years ago, we took that and cut that in half, more than in half. by virtue of those we have our hands on. Give me an ashe for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Give me an ashe for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Then there is, of course, the imamu. But y'all don't know what that means? That's in your mother tongue. That is called Swahili. That means the leader. And in his modesty, he actually shunned that. But he was indeed the imamu. At the time, he belonged to the Kawaida organization, the organization that gave us Kwanzaa and so many things related to the Nguzo Saba. Its leadership is a person who's still in the land of the living, but it was the imamu climbing on the shoulders of Malcolm, picking up the Trinity doctrine of black power. And what is that? Self-determination, self-defense, and self-respect. You know, we got the Father, Son, Holy Ghost. Classical African civilization, Brother Teacher Bashir, we got Asar, Aset, and Heru. When it comes to the black liberation movement, before the Black Lives Movement was born, those are the shoulders they stand on. Self-determination. Self-defense. Hear me good. And self-respect. Imam will put that right here on the ground. And didn't just do that for his organization. He made that spread throughout the organizations and said for us to end apartheid, and that's what it was in Newark, New Jersey. I'm talking about in my lifetime. Sister Sharon, bear witness to me. My mother had to worry about her big, bad, bold husband who was from Newark, New Jersey, who wasn't afraid of nobody, going up Bloomfield Avenue or places like that because of the imperialities and these racists behind police who specialize in cracking black skulls. Talk about the good old days. You better know what you're talking about, right? In our lifetime, to run that gangster apartheid out of Dodge, and we did that. That required a united strategy. We had to put aside our differences where we needed to, and build where we needed to build, mobilize where we needed to mobilize, and get down the way we needed to get down. And sometimes that included having to deal with armed terrorists with arms. Self-determination, self-defense, and self-respect, so we could all have some peace. When as a young knucklehead in the 70s, I can remember how a whole lot of folks looked at what was happening in Newark by virtue of the leadership and the organizing energy and the creative energy. We weren't doing this being empty-minded, culturally empty-handed folks. The Imam was our master teacher as a cultural worker and revolutionary theorist, right? What he was doing with us and showed us what we can do for ourselves was something we need to reclaim. And so let me give me an ashe for the Imamu. Imamu Amiri Baraka. And I'm going to sit down and shut up and just give you the format of this dialogue, and I'm going to let these young folks tell you what it is that needs to be done, right? We're in a very important transitional time in this country. We were backing up and beating up where we needed to. Racism in its ugliest expressions during that time. And we thought we had that done for all time. We were wrong. It is rearing its ugly head again in a way that is threatening and dangerous, right? Not just dangerous at the polls. It is dangerous at the polls. But they got people that they're sending to our spaces, to our supermarkets where we're at, in those food deserts like Buffalo, locked and loaded and wasting our people, into our churches. And this is now I'm going to set the groundwork for this conversation. Into our churches. Y'all remember the Emmanuel AME 9 just a few years ago? Where that lone Burger King loving white boy went into that church and slaughtered 9 people? Their pastor was the target. Why? He was not just a good pastor in a historic church that was steeped in the tradition of resistance in South Carolina, but he was also a state legislator. And he got hold of a case of a bad racist police officer killing a black man and lying about what we did, shooting him in the back, right? Did not know that he was, quote, videotaped. And when he was caught on tape, Clemente Pinckney, remember his name. We need to give him an ashe. Ashe for Clemente Pinckney, right? Led a charge within the South Carolina state legislature. This is something we can't do in New Jersey. A deep red state, very racist, Confederate and Confederate flag waving and conservative, but got Democrats and Republicans alike to unite in creating a body cam bill in that southern racist state. And that's why they went at that church and targeted that man and targeted his congregation the way they did. So for all of the peace that we must make and are making, we understand that if we are ever threatened wrongly by forces who seek to undo our lives in a terroristic way that has indeed happened and can happen, that we do indeed have the right to defend ourselves. I don't want peacemakers and anybody taking our peacemakers lightly, don't get it twisted. We're going to do this work. We're going to do it with our dignity. We're going to do it with all the tools and trainings that we've been given, right? And we're going to do it in a way that we protect it, because the lives we save, Zelly, you hear me? The lives we save matter. They matter. And we're gonna honor that mission, despite of detractors near or far. So that's the spirit. The spirit is the spirit of unity in the building, y'all. Is it here? Let me introduce. Monica, you see why I didn't grab the mic? Because I'd be all over this damn auditorium, but y'all wouldn't be able to get it out of my head. Y'all have to carry me out of here. Right? From my left to my right, I want to introduce this panel, give them some talking points, and just let them do their thing. Right? This young man to my left, so I'm enjoying like hell watching him grow in our midst. I remember the first time I encountered him. I never told you this. He was sitting in the back of a city council meeting where we were in city council chambers. And I don't know, somehow we got to some kind of question and answer the thing, and I forget what it was, and I forget the particular lines that you dropped, but he just out of the audience in a very nation-esque way, right, dropped some wisdom from some hip-hop lyrics. Right? I said, who is this kid? I got to check this kid out. Very polished. And then step by step, he's been, taking on his responsibility of managing our believers at Mosque number 25. And he's a wonderful premier student of the Honorable Minister Farrakhan, Abdul Haq Muhammad, to my immediate left. Give him a round of applause. We put on the flyer the brother's slave name. He said, well, can you put either Damon X or Damon I? said, make it plain. Which one you want, beloved? We got you. Brother Damon. Can't tell you how proud I am of the mighty Newark Community Street Team, right? Sister Sharon, there you go. The elder approves. Elder approved, right? That's right. And this soldier, comes out of our tradition that I described with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And I said, listen, we were talking. He said, Honorable, I said, that's right. You bring the Honorable Elijah Muhammad with you. We all gonna bring him today. We gonna lift him up because he belongs in this conversation. And the work that they have done, and the work that he has represented in a very dignified way, not just here, right? This work is being looked at by our people all over the country for what we're doing. So for folks who are new to this and not understanding this, this is one of the things I want one of your takeaways to be. We really do have something going on in Newark that a whole lot of spaces do not have, that have a whole lot of folks that we love, right, and look like this and need a lot of help. And so we are doing our share, not just to make peace in the streets, in our streets, anywhere we are called to help make that happen. Give Brother Damon a strong round of applause. It is the oldest of all and the mother of all of our civil rights organizations. They were very much there in 72 and part of any important unifying strategy our people have ever had. To be sure, one of its premier founders, the late, great W.E.B. Du Bois, was not just a radical scholar, but he was also an organizer of what was known as the Pan-African Conferences, right? A movement, an international movement of unity. See, unity is the word, it's a watchword today, right? And he is, this brother here is not just a lead official for the Newark chapter of the NAACP. One of the first things that our beloved mayor did when he came into office, took on, head on the question of police accountability. Y'all hear where I'm going? And Newark was at the forefront of an old call for police accountability, calling for civilian oversight of the police. It goes back to when I was a little child in the mid-'60s, before the uprising, right? NAACP was out in front of that. And even though we have civilian review boards in their very broken and lame forms that exist now because police unions chump off politicians, they didn't chump off Mayor Ras Jewel Baraka. Our CCRB became a model that we're still fighting for, a civilian review board that has teeth, that includes subpoena power, right? You ain't gonna hide them records no more. That includes a community-based character. We have social justice organizations that have seats on our civilian review board to guarantee something that's very important in the fight for police accountability, the question of transparency. No more secrets and sweeping stuff under the rug, because the NAACP got a seat on the civilian review board. The mighty Newark Anti-Violence Coalition got a seat on the community civilian review board. The ACLU of New Jersey, it's got a seat, and we can go on down the line. Something to ensure transparency and principle in terms of investigations when those things take place. That's the kind of CCRB we are fighting for now, not just in Newark, but throughout the state of New Jersey. And I can go on, and I'll let him go further than that. But Rick Robinson is the chair of the Newark CCRB. Give him a round of applause, please. The sharp young brother to his right, out of the Passaic County gangster town that is Patterson, New Jersey. Jersey is gangster as hell, y'all. Y'all know that, right? Because most of us have been locked up by the gangsters that run the courts and the police. And Passaic County is loaded with that. And what this young man has been trying to do in that setting is difficult work, and we're very proud of the ground that he has broken. And he actually is somebody that represents two sides of this coin of this conversation. The leader of Black Lives Matter, Patterson, has also stepped into the foray of the kind of community-based services that we also provide in terms of mutual aid and community-based violence intervention and prevention, right? So he has a new program in addition to being the lead voice of protest around the question of police accountability. Y'all give a round of applause to my little brother, Zeli Imani. Patterson BLM, Black Lives Matter. And I'll kill you over this one to his right. It's my daughter Keisha, right? But we're being totally transparent about that, right? Our queen, our director of the Office of Violence Prevention, for folks who don't know, when we had the new Black Panther Party rocking and rolling, she was right in the middle of that. My chief of staff, right? Started her own when she was in college as a young girl, right? And she's still young, got her cute on. Y'all know how she get down, right? Launched a Black and Latina sorority that was Afrocentric. She's been breaking ground. Everywhere she goes, she breaks ground and makes change. And when this space required leadership that had street creds and other kind of creds, right? Driven, of course, by the cred of commitment in principle, we couldn't have a better leader of our Office of Violence Prevention and bringing all of our troops together to make this peace in the streets that we see than our beloved director, Keisha Euro. Y'all give daughter an absolutely round of applause. Now, to my panelists, this is what we're going to do. This conversation, and remember, y'all, this is live stream. Tell folks to kick it, turn into the live stream. Newark TV is doing it, and NBPC is doing it, right? This conversation is important, not just because of the work and the lives that we're doing, right? But we're also always looking to make this work better. And I'll sum up what I need y'all to do in this way. 2 years ago, and he's not here today, and he'll probably show up before the day is over. Lawrence Ham, Adimu Chunga, that's his African name given to him by Amiri Baraka, runs the People's Organization for Progress, right? Every July 12th, which is the anniversary of the beginning of the epic Newark uprising in '67, we rally at what we call Memorial Park, that little monument. We need to really figure out how to lift that up better too, y'all, right? And we march to the first precinct and back, right? And, Keisha and I had talked about, let's let that crew has to learn about who we are, what we're doing. And they set up this whole thing, food, everything, ready to receive the marchers when they came. Larry didn't have a clue, right? His troops didn't have a clue. So they marched, went to first precinct and marched right back. And I'm saying that to say that there is a need within our community for those of us committed to change and being the healing and justice that we need, that there are two streams of struggle that have emerged that need a bridge to bring us closer together. And we need to be advocates for each side of our work that we do whenever that time calls for it. I need the Larry Hams to, when he's in spaces with people like Governor Phil Murphy and all those kind of folks, to be able to talk about what we're doing on this side as much as what we're doing on that side. You understand what I'm saying? And I need folks on our community-based violence intervention side in the name of people like our son Najee Seabrooks. Most recently, Andrew Washington, Bernard Placide Jr. in Inglewood, right? To be able to, in those spaces that they're in, understand why we are advocating for certain things along the lines of strong CCRBs and other bills of police accountability so we can strengthen ourselves on both sides of that walk. And I'll go one further. When Andrew was killed, y'all hear me. I want y'all to hear me in this, and I say this with critical love. A young woman in Jersey City who was the assemblywoman for that particular neighborhood, name is Angela McKnight. Bright, good young woman. Went to that vigil for Andrew. Block came out bold. Clergy dignified. Allies in place. Angela spoke, and very tearfully and passionately, she felt she had to be here, and forgot that she is the sponsor of the CCRB bill. She didn't say, you know what, y'all, I need y'all to come with me to Trenton and make some noise for the CCRB bill. She didn't say that. And when she came out, I said, daughter, take a walk with me. All right. Y'all know how I grab people when spaces like that. You missed a moment. She said, what? You didn't talk about your bill. She said, what bill? I had to just put hands on her very gently in a very fatherly way. I said, your groundbreaking CCRB bill. These are your truths. You got to learn how to seize moments if you truly want to fight for something to be identified with historic, groundbreaking change. So, this conversation today is about how we better share this work. How we better, across our different lanes, share this work. How we uplift this work, right? And how we have each other's back in a more representative way to be impactful. Y'all hear what I'm saying? Panelists, y'all got me? Okay? Now, we can start from a place like what we've got done. Because even in that, and I'm talking about us with each other in the different streams of struggle that we're talking about, but a lot of our community still doesn't understand what we do. Something's going on in the community for all of its limitations, right? First thing they say, we got to call the police. And that energy is still there, though, isn't it, though, Sister Sharon? Right? And that needs education. Because when they call the police for certain situations, like a mental health crisis, they don't help us, they come and kill us. They come and kill us. So that ain't what we're talking about. The violence in Newark has been cut down in the last few years by more than a half. By more than a half by what we do without the police. Y'all hear me? All right. So this is, we also have to lift this up. This conversation has to happen in a way that is engaging in community. Our roundtables are trying to figure that out, right? And we have to be more in physical space again, too, COVID beat us up, but we fight some COVID back, too, right? So you may want to sum up where you're at with your respective works, where you see the work needs to go, right? And how do we bridge this gap? And y'all can just share your mics and go on down. And I'll get off this mic and get the hell out the way because I know I can go on and I need to stop. All right? Y'all give them a round of applause. Now, we started a little late. Where is Ed? Right? I need somebody to, all right, okay. You got your shirt on. I didn't see you. You changed up on me. I want you to let us know when we have to watch our time. We've started a little late, so they'll let us know on how time is going to go. In your opening remarks, this is a conversation y'all having. Y'all ain't got to, do a lecture, right? But, just those basic talking points and how we can move this work further in having each other's back in a better way. As you work. Go ahead. Brother Mitchell, you got the mic. Go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. That means peace be unto you. Once again, my name is Brother Abdul Haq Muhammad. I'm the student minister of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan for the Muhammad Mosque of Islam, number 25, which is located here in the city of Newark, New Jersey. And, as a student and follower of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, we believe in the resurrection of the dead, not in physical resurrection, but in mental resurrection. And we believe that the so-called Negroes are most in need of mental resurrection, therefore we will be resurrected first. And furthermore, we believe that we are the people of God's choice, as it has been written that God would choose the rejected and the despised. So biblically, we operate from a premise that's written of in the Bible in the book of Genesis in the 15th chapter, the 13th verse, where it says, "And the Lord said unto Abraham, Know of a surety that thy seed will be a stranger in the land that is not theirs, shall serve them and shall afflict them 400 years. And we believe that we are that people that have been afflicted for that 400 years. We believe that we have been robbed of the knowledge of ourselves, the knowledge of our language, the knowledge of our culture. And being robbed of the knowledge of self, it ultimately has robbed us of the love of self. So many of the behaviors that we exemplify is based on a situation, a circumstance. It's not who we are dispositionally or who God created us to be. So most of the behaviors in terms of what you call black on black violence, it has to be looked in the context of white on black violence. because we know that historically speaking, we have been miseducated. And the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan teaches us that he who gives you the diameter of your knowledge prescribes the circumference of your activity. Carter G. Woodson said, when you control a man's thinking, you do not have to worry about his actions. You do not have to tell him to stand there or go there. You do not have to show him to the back door. He'll go there without being told. King Leopold of Belgium, who killed 15 million Africans in the Congo, he said, teach the niggas to forget their history and adore only ours. So a lot of what you see happening as it relates to black folks with the fratricidal homicide is because historically speaking, you know that we are an oppressed people. Well, being oppressed, we now suffer from internalized oppression. And internalized oppression happens when the oppressed group begins to do to each other what the oppressors have done to them. So after being under their tutelage for over 462 years, right, we no longer need them to kill us, we kill ourselves. So again, we just need to be re-educated. We need to be introduced to that knowledge that Malcolm X was introduced to, along with thousands of others, not from a Eurocentric perspective, but from a black perspective. So again, our work is just to re-educate our people and retrain them into what? The knowledge of self. Because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, not having love for self is the root cause of our hate, dislike, disunity, disagreement, quarreling, betrayal, snitching, fighting, and killing one another. He said, how can we be loved if we have not love for self in our own nation and dislike being a member of our own? Then what other nation would trust our love and membership? In closing, black people love to go by the mantra of how we love everybody. But the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan says, if you love everybody, then you don't love nobody, because God does not love everybody. Because God hates the devil and God hates Satan. So how can you love everybody and we don't adequately love ourselves? So again, that is the root of what it is that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan is bringing to us, the knowledge of ourselves, the knowledge of God, the knowledge of the enemy of God. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Brother Hawk. I would be a bad student myself if I didn't open up in the name of the great creator of us all. I want to just say that this work, as Zaid was saying, comes from a long, long history, as Brother Hawk was just pointing out to us. This panel, I think, is called Reimagining Public Safety. And when I looked up the word to imagine, to actually use creative thought, you know, to not be limited. Brother Hawk pointed out what our teacher teaches us. He who gives you your diameter of knowledge determines the circumference of our activity. You know, we say to think outside the box, but how do we think outside the box if everything we reference to is in the box? So we have to be outside of the thinking of our enemy, the thinking of what our slave masters have taught us. And so our great mayor thought it not robbery to think outside the box, that when he came into office, that as many was thinking of how to be tough on crime, so-called, but he was thinking how to not only be wise against crime, but thinking outside of the parameters of the enemy. Because the definition of what public safety is comes from a definition that our enemies have given us. Our enemies have always said that safety was something that was really based off of money. I feel safe because I may have a certain amount of money. They even did a study during the trial of O.J. Simpson, and they asked a whole bunch of federal judges if they would rather be in a federal court that they are basically ruling over and be guilty in that federal court with money, or be innocent with no money. And they came out with a high percentage, majority of them, I think it was 89 or plus percentage, that they would rather be guilty with money. So what does that say? That says that, safety and justice, these things are not what we understand them to be, right? And so we have to think and imagine a new public safety paradigm where individuals' safety is not based on what this country has traditionally said is safety. Because safety is not just the absence of crime. Because you may feel safe if you live in other parts of this state or in a city where there's no crime. But if I roll through there, I may not feel as safe as you feel safe. I may feel actually unsafe because they may look at me like, what you doing here, nigga? You understand? So I feel unsafe to be in a place that traditionally people think is safe. So again, our understanding or our imagination of what safety is has to be different. So our safety here is created when we understand that safety lies within us. We practice a teaching of self-improvement is the basis for our community development. And so this is our true safety. As I improve myself, as I am able to understand what my rights are as a human being, how I can navigate this process, as he said, without so-called law enforcement. I don't have to navigate that process through that. Because there was a time for some of us that used to watch these old cowboy movies where they would set up a little desk in a little room somewhere and they would have court, if you will. But now look at this no justice system. They have these big offices and halls that we scared to even speak up in, scared to walk in, right? But that system was created over the period of time that just like this little room with just a few people was started. And so we're creating a whole new safety, public safety paradigm with the community at the center, the community-based public safety. We're basing it, we don't need to go in no office somewhere and to sentence anybody to any time. I often say that we're arresting situations, not people. Arresting situations, not people. And I ask law enforcement sometimes, do you want to get a body or do you want to get that weapon off the street? Are you trying to lock somebody up? Or if that weapon that could have harmed me or my children or your children, if we can get that off the street from harming somebody, is that a win? And so it's not based on these data and these numbers, but it's based on the community and how the community feels safe. It's based on if that little boy or that little girl going to school, walking down the street, if they feel safe. Not because you got a car with lights on it sitting on the corner because something happened. But maybe they need a good morning. Maybe they need to understand how you're doing. Maybe they need to see a familiar face there that is going to be there on a consistent basis every day, greeting them with love, honor, and respect. This is the new, or to reimagine public safety. It ain't about a gun. It ain't about coming into a space that you can actually bully somebody, that you can actually use the violence that has been perpetrated on us for centuries to say that, oh, we're safe because of that. But it's about actually having people that look like us, that love us and care for us, represent us, and show that love and that care for us each and every day. And that's reimagining public safety. Peace.
First, I want to thank you all for attending. And listen, this is not an easy fix when we talk about public safety. Most of you don't remember that 100 years ago, when the state police actually started, they started because they were actually trying to go against black people. Most of you don't even know what Zai was talking about earlier. We going in Bloomfield Avenue, when black people couldn't walk up the street. So I'm going to tell you something. We have work in front of us. So I serve as a chairman for the NAACP for Newark, New Jersey. I also serve as the chairman for the New Jersey State Conference, NAACP. And most recently, I've been actually brought on board for the city of Newark to head our CCRB. Now, let me tell you why this is important. And I may even get a little bit upset, so please understand this. My sophomore year in college, this is trauma. My sophomore year in college, I'm living off campus. I had a job. I was sending money to my mom and pops in Newark. I was doing okay. When I got to the town to live off campus, when I go to school, I was stopped by the police. When I come back, I was stopped by the police. When I had to go to work, I was stopped by the police. When I came back from work, I was stopped by the police. So this happened to me every single day. So I was destined for this position because not only was I a victim, I'm committed. I seen what happened to people, especially black people who have been arrested for nothing, and it turns their life upside down. It turns their family life upside down. So I'm on the other side now because I used to be the chairman of the board. Now I'm the actual lead in City Hall regarding civilian complaint review boards. Now, our mission, and I actually want, this is nothing really serious, but I think that it should be recognized that we're going to be nationally recognized. Because when I was with the NAACP in Newark, the ordinance, the initial ordinance that was drafted was looked at by at least 20 different states. And they were calling the NAACP office because I was serving as the chairman. Now, we have an amendment to the ordinance. We have a nominating committee. We have candidates that are now going to be recognized by the mayor. We're going and serving on the board as commissioner and board members. So we have some work ahead of us. But I am tasked with this, to not let any resident in this city go through what I went through when I was a sophomore in college. Nobody. The person that helped me the most was Mayor Kenneth Gibson. I explained this to the law department when we were having a conversation last night. Kenneth Gibson called down to the school and told the school if anything happened to that kid that's from Newark, who's going to college and paying monies to his mother and father and being a good kid, Newark is coming down there. The rest is history. So, again, I'm destined for this job. We're going to make some changes in this city. We're going to make our mayor proud. We're going to make our residents proud. And trust me, the NAACP in Newark, the NAACP in the state of New Jersey, and I'm also on the committee for the National Criminal Justice Committee. So I'm going to use all my affiliations to get what we need for the city of Newark and the CCRB. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I first want to start by saying black love, and I love black people. And I'm here today because I love black people, and the work that I do is because I love black people, and that was instilled on me by my parents. When I was younger, right, I vividly remember like coming home one day and my parents saying they had a present for me on my bed. And as a 10-year-old, I was super excited, thinking, oh, this must be the newest, latest video game. So I'm running up the stairs to see this new video game on my bed, and it's not a video game, it's a book. And it's not just any book, it's the book, The Conspiracy to Destroy Black Boys. And I'm 10 years old, like, what is this? Like, why am I reading this? Like, where's the video game? That book led me to become an educator today. So today, I am a third grade math teacher because of the things that I learned from that book and from my parents, that there's a conspiracy to destroy black children. So when we talk about violence, I remember this quote that Julian Bond once said, that don't talk to me about violence. Violence is a black child going to school for 12 years and only getting 6 years worth of education. That's violence. So we can eliminate that so-called black on black violence, that white on black violence is still happening. So you can have those flashing police lights on every corner, on every street. That's not safety, because you're still not safe from being evicted. You're still not safe from having food insecurity. Your children are still not safe from being expelled, suspended, or even failing. And as a teacher, one of the things I recognized early is the evil that exists in our public school systems. And the evil is so sophisticated now right now. Raise your hand if you ever heard about a kid being left back. Right? Yeah, most of us have heard about kids being left back. How many of you heard about kids being skipped a grade? Right, that's normal. Kids being skipped a grade. We had one student who was misbehaving a lot, always giving the teachers a lot of trouble. Sometimes he was getting suspended. He was in 7th grade at the time. No, he was in 6th grade at the time. They didn't want to leave him back because they didn't want to deal with him again. So they skipped him. They skipped this failing child just so he can get out quicker, just so he can graduate quicker. That is violence. That's violence. So when we talk about public safety and trying to talk about eliminating violence, you can't solve that with police officers. Hiring more police officers isn't going to make us safer, right? You can put a police officer on every corner in Newark or in Patterson. That's not going to stop child abuse. That's not going to stop domestic violence in the homes. That's not going to stop sexual assaults inside the homes. That's not stopping violence. What's going to stop the violence is giving more resources to people. The safest communities don't have more officers, they have more resources. They have better schools, access to better jobs, access to better parks, more things for the kids to do, recreation. They have more resources. So why is it when we want to be safer, they give us more cops? And when white neighborhoods want to be more safer, they give them more resources. We have to end that practice as black people by saying we want to be safe, let's increase the police budget. Because when you increase the police budget, you know what decreases? Recreation. The things that we rarely need, like social services, those are the things that immediately get cut. When we have to then start firing teachers. When we have to expand the classroom sizes. So we have to be very careful as a people that when we demand more safety for our communities, it's not more police presence, it's not hiring more police officers. We need to start demanding that our people need to be hired. They need more jobs. Not more police officers, our young brothers and sisters out in the streets, they're the ones who need jobs. So when we think about reimagining public safety, I want us to imagine that it's not going to be solved by having more guns, right? It's not going to be having more armed police officers. It's going to be done by having the strongest weapon that we all have, which is not a gun, but the capacity to love one another.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday. Most of us are running on 7 days working, so the people that are in the space, that are in the rooms, are the people that's already doing the work, that knows the work, and that knows what we up here we're talking about. And so I'm just going to bring some of it full circle from Minister Abdul all the way over, where he talked about knowledge of self, and knowing yourself and loving yourself is where a lot of this starts. And so for me, when I was about 12, 13, I was in pre-college at NJIT, and it was a professor by the name of Rahman Muhammad who taught chemistry from a black perspective. And so he was a bold black man. He was darker than these T-shirts, these black shirts. And yeah, and he was smart, and he was a scientist. And he taught that everything comes from blackness. Everything comes from us. And so it was the first time I had ever heard it. And during that time, I struggled with being dark, right? Because you get called tar baby and blackie and all of those things, and being dark as young people. You know, young people are cruel. They call you names. And when he taught that and he said that, my life changed. I said, I'm never doing nothing if it's not from a black perspective. And so that's what sparked me in the work. And so as we move forward, like Zaid said, and you know, me being a part of the Black Panther Party, I said if I was born in the 60s, I was going to be a Panther. And I worked my first job out of college in Irvington at a high school, and the new Black Panther Party was coming to teach the kids there after school. They had an after-school program. I said, I'm going to join those people. And so I began to, you know, go to the meetings. The meetings were, you know, on 9th Street and 13th Avenue at Wasset. And we had political education classes. And they was teaching us about knowledge of self and teaching us about ourselves and teaching us. And from there, we began to organize and mobilize in the community. And a lot of my training comes from the Black Panther Party. And so we begin to, during that time, so we're about 15, 20 years in, when we had over 100 homicides and murders happening in the city. And shootings and robberies and stabbings and carjackings was happening every day. We were like ambulance chasers, that's what they would call us, right, during that time, because we was at the scenes and we was going and we was like trying to help the people, but not understanding what we understand now. And so New Black Panther Party ended up folding its work into Newark Anti-Violence Coalition work. And during that time, it was a Stop Self-Genocide campaign, and we had SOS, right, and we had Street Warriors, and we had Stop Shooting organization. All these organizations was spouting out. Right, Essex County Anti-Violence Code, all of these organizations were sprouting out. But we ultimately knew that we needed to work together. And that's ultimately where we are now in terms of working with the Nation of Islam, working with Newark Community Street Team, working with NAACP, Black Lives Matter, coming all the way over. And so the key to this work is us collaborating and partnering. And ultimately reimagining public safety. During that time, we have to tell the truth. We didn't have trust in the community with law enforcement, right? And so the issue around law enforcement was the issue where we were in the streets, face to face with law enforcement, right? Around this issue around violence, where we didn't have a chance to choose who our police director was. We didn't have an opportunity to be involved in a conversation around public safety. We was just giving people and saying, this is going to be the police director. And so under Newark Anti-Violence Coalition, began to fight back and had demands. And in the streets every week for 155 weeks. And their first demand was Gary McCarthy must go. And McCarthy came from New York. And that was under Cory Booker. And it was like, no, we got our own people here that we can make choices around in terms of public safety. So not just him, but we want to be a part of the public safety conversation. Our other demand was around employment, because we understood that violence was about poverty. And so people needed to have jobs and living wages. And so we was fighting about employment for Newarkers. And the next one was the Amistad, because if we put Black and brown history in the schools, people are less likely to hurt and kill themselves when they love themselves and know about themselves. And we had a demand around Bloods and Crips putting their guns down, street organizations, stop killing each other, put your guns down. And our last one was around violence as a public health issue. And so this is where how we come full circle, because we had demands and folks began to organize around those demands. And some folks went to jail over this stuff. And we would go to every community where violence was taking place, and we would talk to the community. We put the ownership back on the community for public safety. This is your community. This is your neighborhoods. Y'all know who did it. Y'all know what happened. You can't do business as usual, and we're not going to allow you to. And so the accountability was on the community for public safety. And so when we would go to these neighborhoods, we would circle up, and so people would pass a note and say, I know what happened, I know who did it, but we didn't tell the police. We're going to tell y'all, but we're not going to tell the police. And this is when we began to know that the community was the key to public safety, when they was willing to talk to us and not the police. when they was willing to let us see the cameras and not the police. And so this is how we begin to organize around public safety with the community. We have rallies. We help the mayor get elected. This is the people's mayor right here. Cory Booker is over here, but this is the people's champ, right? Because we was in the streets and we was organizing around it. And ultimately, with violence becoming a public health issue, we begin to realize we need resources, right? So we can't just have these demands, but how are we going to fund these things? How are we going to put resources? And that's what Zelly talked about, that you have to have resources, not more police, but how are we going to have more resources? And so we come full circle. The mayor's initiative began to be the Newark Community Street Team as a public safety strategy. Newark Street Academy is a public safety, was a education strategy under the mayor when he got elected. And we continue to move forward. And ultimately, where we are now, I'm just going to fast forward now, where we have an Office of Violence Prevention, but we had a Brick City Peace Collective before that, where it said that we needed to organize and pull together all the organizations to do this work. We needed everybody to do this work. And that was under the auspices when we began to rally around defunding the police. And so defunding the police happened when George Floyd was brutalized by the police. Most times, a lot of these actions happen when we are brutalized by the police, when we see our people being killed on national TV, and we have protests and outcries around what needs to happen. And so this was one of the outcries, and so we signed an executive order to create the Office of Violence Prevention, where we reallocated 5% of the police department's budget to create the office. And 5% of $225 million is $11.5 million. $11 million that we didn't have before to be able to pay social workers and outreach workers and victim advocates and people who've been on the grounds doing this work for free for years, right, can now have an opportunity to be paid to do this work. The work gets valued and professionalized. And that's where we are now around having equity in the space where law enforcement, we go to the scenes, we get to talk to them in a way that's equitable. They get to know who we are and how we help them in this work, that we're the valuable ones in this work, that we got it, don't worry about it. Y'all can fall back, we got it. With a Najee Seabrook situation should have never been able to happen, where in the city of Newark, it's not gonna say never, but it can't happen when we have relationship to say this person has a mental health issue, we have experts and we have people that can deal with it, respect our expertise in this work. And we got it. Stand back, fall back, stand down. We're going to intervene in it. We got it. And so that's really, as we come full circle around this work, working together, collaboration and partnership, accountability, resources being put into the work, and it being professionalized. Thank you.
Brother Ed, how much time do we have? 15 minutes, okay, right? Right, in that 15 minutes, let's get some conversation in, right? Y'all heard those presentations, right? And we want to build on those presentations, right? And I know some of you got some things that you want some clarification on, or some things that you want to lift up, right? So we can certainly do that. Go ahead and say what you're going to say, and then we'll start taking the questions.
I just want to say that the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan has taught us that unity will solve 95% of our problems. So what you see up here and what we're doing, this really is an act of war. This is a declaration of war against those that have traditionally oppressed us, enslaved us, and opposed us. Because my teacher teaches me that if you don't know what was, you can't know what is, and you'll be ill prepared for what is yet to come. So we've never had, since we've been in America, public safety. America was not created and established for our safety. Never. Not only have we not had safety in public, we were not able to do anything in public. We were not able to worship in public. And that's why the first institutions that black people created in this country were called hush harbors. Hush harbors, where we would go inside the woods and we would worship in silence and worship quiet so that the slave master would not hear us worshiping. Why? Because it was illegal for us to come together, for us to worship. What we're doing right now in New Jersey in 1751, it was illegal in this state for 5 or more black people to come together. Why? Because the enemy or our slave master was always afraid that if we organized and if we united, that we would do to them what they have done to us. So they've always sought to keep us at odds, to keep us hating each other, to keep us envious of one another. So it is the modus operandi of the United States government, according to COINTELPRO and other documents, that black people are never, ever to be united. Why? Because strength is in our unity. And this is why Brother Zaid said that we had some internal bumps. Well, we always have had internal bumps, trying to organize and trying to unite where? In America. So not only was we not able to worship in public, hell, we was not able to carry mail in public. It was illegal for us to be mail carriers here. That's why we established what? The Underground Railroad. Because it was too dangerous for us to try to get freedom in the presence of our enemies. So this is no plaything here, what we're doing when we coming together to unite. Those who have oppressed us, they see this as an act of war and a declaration of war. I close on this. They once asked the Frenchmen, why have you always been able to overcome and kill those brothers and sisters of African descent or those in Africa? He said, because they never knew that it was war. So we have to know that we are at war, brothers and sisters, when we are trying to organize, when we are trying to separate from those that have never wanted us to separate from them. When we are trying to educate our own, then you are dangerous to the system and dangerous to the society that have always wanted to kill you and always wanted you to be subjugated. So this is no plaything, what we are attempting to do in terms of establishing public safety when we've never had public safety here in this country.
Give him a round of applause. A couple things need to be added to his point, and we'll take the questions. One, I want to remind everybody that in 1972, Minister Louis Farrakhan was very present at the National Political Convention in Gary, Indiana, right? We want to acknowledge that if we didn't already, right? And he was there because he understood that then. And what was the maximum manifestation of that? Have you forgotten the Million Man March already? Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten? Somebody said that we had 1.7 million folks out there. Now, I had to send my men from my field freedom school so they could go. So I couldn't go. But somebody said that who gave us that 1.7 million also probably gave us that 250,000 they gave us for the March on Washington. Probably more than that. But you saw a sea of black men answering a drum around the harm and the hurt that was raw in our community, of us out of our African minds killing each other over madness. And the young Louis Farrakhan understood the value and the importance of having that kind of vision. No matter any of our criticisms or limitations about that, and I was one of the ones arguing, it should be on Black Solidarity Day, right? That happened. God. I don't know. Sons and daughters, grandsons, granddaughters, let me tell you something. Our people all over the world are waiting for us to stand up again. Because when we stand up, they say, it's all right, we can stand up too. That George Floyd summer 2 years ago, all up and down the streets, not just in the United States, but that protest rolled from Boston all the way down to Buenos Aires, Argentina. You know, we got black folks all over Latin America. And when them slave ships brought us here, most of them landed in Latin America, and they're still there. They're still there. And I'm going to tell you something else. I opened with a criticism of the 72 convention around the question of sexism. Guess who was leading most of those marches? Our daughters and our granddaughters. And brothers, don't get it twisted. The feminine principle will show you how to heal and come together, but it will also hold you behind accountable when you ain't right. Try and live without the love of your queen. I'm trying to make it plain to you, right? Or when your mothers and your aunts turn your ass away because you out of your damn mind, they ain't got no sense to respect anybody. Your ass is out there. Huh? So we can do this. And our children are watching us. They're praying for us. And they're even they're trying to figure out how to pray. Right? And our people all over the world want to see us do this. And you know what? We are the descendants of ancestors that have given the world its highest civilizations. You know, our European folks are still trying to figure out what's on those tombs in Kemet, in ancient Egypt. Those of us who know that it's Metu, we know what it is. And when we spread civilization, that's what we did. The African civilization principle is not one of harm as we move throughout the world from Africa, but a one of sharing throughout the world, right? So we got a lot to give to humanity, and folks need to stop being afraid of that and grow the hell up spiritually. Let's take a couple questions, right? Go ahead, raise your question, beloved. I'm going to repeat it so they can hear it and we can have it on tape. Yeah, this is for camera's sake because he didn't have a mic. He's raising the question about what do we do when our children, you know, are subject to violence and or witnessing violence, and the question of presence, bringing the question of curriculum or curriculum of consciousness and presence into the school system. I'm going to say right off the top, and I'm going to say that for all of us, that's one of the spaces where the partnership definitely needs to improve is with our school system, right? Absolutely, right? Now, and we have some things in place that are working already. You hear these strong sisters on fire because they're part of the Mighty Newark Community Street Team. We have a safe passage program in spaces around our schools, right? Right? We got a wonderful partnership with this school. In fact, your next moderator is a teacher from the school, and the superintendent of the school was here. So there is, you know, that's a space where we definitely need to bring, you know, that institutional resource question and the capacity for making all those spaces safe, you know, in play. And y'all can respond to that. I just want to give an overview.
So, as you said, beyond the Newark Anti-Violence Coalition, right, we have the Brick City Peace Collective, which consists of about 40 community-based organizations and institutions, and the Board of Education is a part of the Brick City Peace Collective. And so what I would say is, from an organizing place, because there's rules around who can come into the schools and who can't, who can teach those things and who can't, and who we're hiring in the school systems, right? And so as a parent, I would say for you to raise that at the school board meetings in terms of having a demand around what you want to see. Our young people are bored in the schools. Our young people are not getting what they need. The people who are teaching don't represent and look like them, right? And so a part of that in terms of safety and all of those things, we have the safe passage, but that's outside the schools. We've been fighting to get inside the school. And if you have a criminal background, you can't be in the schools, and you know, it's different rules around that. But the people who are closest to the problem is closest to the solutions. And so those people who need to be in the schools are not allowed in. And so we are outside the schools before they get to school. But when they get out to school, we're in the safe passageways by the stores and different things, and we are working with them and talking to them. And so we are working harder to be able to talk to the guidance counselors and the school board people who make these decisions, but it's really at the school board level. And so we have Mr. Kirby is here, he's in Safe Passage. We have Newark Community Street Team over here. One Hood is now going to the schools after school, but we need to be in those schools. And we need to be teaching. And so our revolutionary teachers, Bashir Akingele is back there, right? He's been teaching Black history in Weekway forever, right? And so our councilwoman is an educator as well. So we have Principal Berg here. So we have folks that's in the education system here. And so we have to push those measures around who we let in the schools to do our teaching and what the curriculum looks like. We have to change these antiquated curriculums, and we need to put people in the schools that look like them, represent their interests, that they can learn from.
Brother Damon is also going to respond, but I want to also remind everybody it is too. Keisha talked about some of our demands. The Mighty Newark Anti-Violence Coalition was shutting down streets week after week for 155 straight weeks, for those of y'all that don't know. One of our demands also was the implementation of the Amistad curriculum. We have a law on the books in the state of New Jersey that does not have enforcement that says that African American history should be rightfully infused in curriculum throughout the grades from K through 12, right? And because it does not have the enforcement dimensions that it needs, it is not happening throughout those schools. That is a de-racist tool. It's a de-racist tool for white kids, and it's an empowering tool for children of color, right? And that's a healing place that needs to happen, right? Mr. A, that's what his students call him, right, is a part of that curriculum challenge here in the Newark school system. And it is not fully implemented. It's work that has to be done. So in our next panel, and I want y'all to look, because our next panel is on the question of education, right? We want to talk further about how to deal with that. One of our partners is the MAPSO Freedom School. This is an organization of parents, teachers, and students around those issues in their community, in their schools, right? So there are ways to approach this. So I just want to flag that. Damon, go ahead.
Thank you. Very quickly, thank you, brother. I know we're getting the signal here. I'm going to try to do it in 10 seconds or less. There's a program called Stop the School Violence. We're partnering with one of our non-traditional schools where many of the high-risk and at-risk individuals are. And we are the first actual organization nationwide to actually be a leader in that. That particular program is usually led by law enforcement. And so I understand what you're saying with the stop snitching and that whole psychology. But we have to ask ourselves, where does that come from? Why doesn't our community feel safe to share information with law enforcement? Because there's a reason behind that. And so we have to really try to understand where that comes from, at the same time educating ourselves on that particular issue. Will the violence stop because we go to law enforcement? I don't think so, right? And so how can we stop the violence that is taking place, as we said earlier, bringing the resources so we'll have the resources to re-educate or to educate, because we wasn't educated in the first place, so to truly educate about a true knowledge of self and understanding and loving self so we won't harm self, but then to understand too that if we can get with those individuals that can mediate some of these conflicts to a peaceful resolve, we don't need law enforcement, or we don't need outside forces to come in and legislate something, or to, send us somewhere to reharm us and things like that. So we really need a way to mediate some of these conflicts on our own to bring peace inside the school.
Give him a round of applause. And let me end this particular panel by saying this also, because I want us to see both sides of this question, right? We tell no lies, play no easies. We got some work to do on the police front, too. You heard me mention Najee Seabrooks and Bernard Plessy Jr. and some of our victims and Andrew Washington. Don't forget Carl Dorsey, after a year of Newark police not firing a shot. That was wild. Wonderfully wild. On New Year's Day, a kid just happened to be in the wrong place at the right time, didn't know what was happening. The jump out boys, who have not been held accountable by this federal consent decree, still jumping out, got blown away by a police officer who had a track record of being a foul police officer. And if we had strong civilian oversight, his behind would have been gone years ago. So we got work to do on all of these fronts. So I want y'all to appreciate why the spirit of unity is important, and making unity operational on some principle is important. Y'all hear me? Y'all give our presenters a round of applause. We have work to go. We have work to do. We have places to go. I want to lift up 2 other united spaces that some of us work in on the community-based violence intervention and prevention side. We have a statewide coalition that does that. New Jersey Violence Intervention Programs Coalition, NJVIP Coalition. You can find it. We got a webpage. I probably got the site wrong, but if you put the right words in, y'all know what to do. Y'all Google it. Y'all Googlers, right? In New Jersey, Communities for Accountable Policing on the police brutality front. So those are some other places that organizations can come so we can be stronger and closer together in trying to push for those things in terms of resources and legislation that we need, all right? And to my far right is a young man who's going to give us has been giving us some serious love. The mix has been powerful, right? He took me back. Me and Sharon were bugging out over the music that he was playing because we're old enough to remember the music from that time, see? And that probably saved some of us from going completely overboard, too, right? DJ Rhino is in the house. So as we get ready to assemble for the next panel, DJ Rhino, you got the mic and the 1-2s. Do your thing.
1, 2. Check that mic, 1, 2. Mic check, 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 1, 2. Oh. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Check, check, check. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Check, check. Mic, mic. Check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. Mic. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, checking the sound. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, 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 check. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Check, check, mic check, mic check, mic check. 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. Check, check. Check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Checking the mic, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 1, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Checking the mic, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. Mic check, mic check, mic check. We good? All right.
Mr. A, come to the stage, please. Mr. A, come to the stage. Yeah.
That mic. Checking the mic, checking the mic, checking the mic. 1, 2, checking the mic.
Oh, you education. Oh, I'm sorry. I got you on this panel. My bad. So who are we missing? Oh, Do is not here yet. All right. Okay. Y'all give a round of applause to our own DJ Rhino, greatest DJ in the universe. DJ at all politics are local, America's number one hip-hop talking radio show. I have been drafted to, and I'm going to do this in a very modest way, start this conversation on the question of hip-hop and the arts. And I'm going to just set the tone, and just for the benefit of those who are just getting here, some basic background that I want you to appreciate, especially our younger voices. We are here today to honor the birth anniversary of the great Amiri Baraka, our Imamu. Imamu means leader in Swahili. To mark it both, not just his birthday, but his epic call for unity that was the Gary Convention, the National Black Political Convention of 1972, right? And it's something that's very important for us to do. There's been an effort, and there's a continuing effort to reconvene a convention of a similar kind as we get ready to hopefully halt the advance of the right wing and its backwards racist and sexist and fascist trend that is happening in American politics right now. I'm going to shout out, of course, not just Mayor Baraka, but also Mayor Chokwe and Charles Lumumba, as they both partner to try and nurture that vision on the basis of that tradition. This is the second of 3 panels that we will do today in that spirit, and I hope the spirit of unity is still in here. Our first panel was on reimagining public safety, stop police brutality, and it was quite strong. And I appreciate everybody being here in spite of the limitations and the challenges that we had in getting some things out, getting some things done. And then we're also facing a storm. We're in the middle of a storm. So I really appreciate those of you who are here for being here. I want you to know this is being live streamed on 2 platforms, Newark TV and NBPC YouTube. So it's there for you to share with those who are not here, and it's there for you to go back to if you want to make it a conversation tool or a teaching tool in other spaces or in the spaces that you are involved in. We were expecting Councilman Dupree Kelly, the great do-it-all Kelly, to be with us on this panel. I have not gotten word as to what his status is, but the time has come for us to proceed, and we hope Councilman Duke can be with us because he represents something important that we need to lift up, just as the mayor does. The mayor, these are not just 2 young men of the hip-hop generation who are now elected leaders. They're intimately involved in understanding the role and the place of the arts in trying to determine our community's direction in the correct direction, and also be tools of healing and developing united strategies in order to move forward. So we hope Councilman Dew can join us. And let's understand this is also meant to be something to, lay the groundwork for some ongoing, necessary, community-based conversations on how we need to develop, grow, and do this work in this particular period, right? Now, for this panel, 3 incredible young men who I'm very proud of are here. But also, for those of you who were here earlier in the day, we acknowledge some self-criticisms and some criticisms that needed to be made of how some of this stuff goes and doesn't go and how it could be done better. One of the questions that we raised is how the question of gender equity and sexism was a problem back in '72, and it's a problem here. Right, this particular panel should look more. It does not have a gender balance, right? And we were concerned about that, and it's something that we need to fix. And same with our upcoming panel. I think our upcoming panel has more balance, but it's something that we definitely need to be fixed. Need to fix, and we need to be mindful of. So self-critically, I want us to just share that and understand that no one is above making mistakes, and this is not the kind of space where we walk away or turn away from our problems, and we have to embrace them and address them, right? So hip-hop, as we know it, is 50 years old, and that's a big deal because some of us can remember in the early days of hip-hop how castigated, not only how it was castigated, but how that meant the castigation of that particular generation, right? We remember that we got Generation X and Generation Z now, but before that, we would quote the lost generation, right? That's what they said, right? This particular explosion of an art form that grew out of the deprivation of the arts in our community, the erasure of the arts in our community, the tradition of the arts in our community, right? That grew up in spite of that has generated more money for so many people you can't even begin to properly quantify and document how much that is. And a lot of it, most of it is probably going outside of the community from which it springs. We also have to acknowledge also that the industry controls of the music has never been generous or supportive of those streams of expression within the culture that have been progressive and intentionally healing and bonding, right? But would rather generate those that are more on the mindlessness and the glorification of violence and the things that we need to heal from, right? So just as early as we said that, let us remember the Black Power paradigm of 50 years ago, self-determination, self-defense, and self-respect. It is time for the so-called nation or generation or generations, because it's really 2 generations and change now, for hip-hop to mature and embrace that. So we have some folks here who can talk about where the culture has matured, where the culture is maturing, and where the culture needs to go to mature more, so we can have more self-determination, be more embracing, be more empowering, and be healing, right? To my far right, he looked like hip-hop today too. He got his suit on, his white sneaks, and got his organization's signature gear hat on. All right, Al Tariq Best is creator and executive director of the Hub, and the Hub, before you give him a round of applause, was actually the first arm of our organizations in our community-based violence intervention ecosystem. He was the first organization that was already doing it. Give Al Tariq Best a round of applause. His particular organization, for those that don't know, right in Prince Street, right in the heart of the hood, right, specializes in helping young people heal using the arts, visual, musical, and the production quality of their video production is excellent. It's excellent. They have all those tools, and he took his time in building that out over the years. So I'm very proud and very happy that he's here. So give him the round of applause that he's due. Right? Somebody scream! Now, I wasn't trying to start nothing, y'all. But the author of the book, Somebody Scream, is sitting next to Al Tariq, and that's Marcus Reeves. One of our most important, if you do, and I'm saying that to audience participants of all ages, my age and up and my age and down. If you want to get, particularly to my elders, right? If you really want to get a handle on how this thing emerged, how it blew up, and all of those stuff, that's a piece to invest in. And it can be a piece to pass down within the family, down the generations, on how to have a mature conversation of hip-hop. Somebody scream for its author, Marcus Reeves. And to my immediate left is a young brother who's out here in the streets with us and moving the way we need young men and women to move in this particular time, and gets it. Right? A survivor of these streets, right? What's the justice impact, huh? Right? But his comeback and has used his art and his platforms to be the answer to the question as opposed to being a problem for the question. And somebody we're extremely proud of for what he does with his music and what he does with his personal commitment. See, I mentioned at the beginning of this whole thing that, we are in a very pivotal transitional time in this crazy country. And we got some crazy folks that would like to do away with some of everything that we fought for, right? And would have no problems doing away with some of us. So the battle for the ballot, yesterday, by the way, was Fannie Lou Hamer's birthday, right? Let's give that ancestor a shout out as we lift up Amiri, Baraka, and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad today. The battle for the ballot is on once again. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 is not the same voting rights of 1965. So there's some fights that we got to have with a backwards Supreme Court, a backwards orientation in all streams of government, and some violently backward folks in the streets who love guns and who has a system that is built on protecting and preserving their access to those guns, no matter how crazy and violent and out of their damn mind and dangerous they are. Right? So that's the climate that we're in. But this young man, right, they're back and forth in Breonna Taylor's Kentucky. That fight ain't over just because there was a settlement. You know that Negro who covered up that slaughter of our daughter is trying to become the governor of Kentucky. And we need to stop that. And all like him, no matter their race. Let us remember that this is somebody that looked like us, who deliberately withheld from that grand jury what they needed to have about Breonna Taylor. And let us remember, too, that, I don't want y'all to think that because we're in this difficult transitional time that we can't win. We can. We beat Donald Trump. Close. We had to battle. But until freedom and troops like my son have been in the trenches in Georgia and Kentucky, organizing our people around the right to vote and trying to reach those of our people that are struggling to get why that's important and need to hear from people like him. Y'all give a hand to my little brother, the general, my son, who's in the house. Right? Now I remind, and I'm going to step off here. I remind my crew from All Politics Are Local that when I was doing radio, when I was at Rutgers years ago, All Politics Are Local started at Rutgers. I actually had a jazz show, not a hip-hop show. So I represent that side of my generation. See, we did two things, my generation did. We launched hip-hop on the streets, but then there was a side of us who did have some musicianship that took jazz into the 21st century. So I'm going to take my jazz ass and sit my behind down and let my son and his comrades have this conversation. Y'all give them a round of applause, and let's get ready to move on.
Thank you, my brother. I've never had a bio like that before, and I appreciate it. Thanks for the love. Pretty much we just do what we're supposed to do. In these times, like these shirts, the shirts that we have where it says unity is not uniformity, and that's one of my sayings that I really go by, because in these times we don't have the luxury to be at odds. We don't have the luxury to argue over strategy and whose strategy is stronger and whose strategy is better. We have to find time and ways to intersect all those strategies, because we're all trying to get to the same location at the same time. So if you drive that route and I go that route, long as we meet in there and we're not trying to stop each other, is my goal. So I appreciate everyone in this room. As we speak about hip-hop in this moment, and hip-hop turning 50, and then we reflect on Amiri Baraka and what he represented, and then we just reflect on what we're dealing with in these times as far as violence and and the negativity and the oppressors' strategy, because they have a strategy. They have a real strategy on how they're trying to keep us divided and keep us unfocused on what we're really supposed to be dealing with at this time. So what I did with my platform and my voice as an artist, being justice impacted, as he say, and formerly incarcerated, as they say, I understood the realities of what we're dealing with in our communities. At 20 years old, I had $1 million record deal. I was signed by the late, great Chris Lighty, and I had $1 million record deal while I was facing an armed robbery charge that I never actually committed. So I was dealing with a duality that I really didn't understand. I was being heralded as being the next great artist while I was fighting for my life. And the justice system didn't care. They utilized the fact that I was a hip-hop artist against me. They didn't, and we didn't understand that. At 20 years old, I was just rapping about what I was dealing with in my community. I was talking about the ills and spills and the violence and the crime and the things that I came from. And they used those lyrics to paint the picture that I was the most violent person in the world. And there was no evidence that connected me to no armed robbery charges. There was no anything except for a witness who didn't really know what he said. He just said, well, I think it's him. He looks like the person. There was nothing that put me at the scene of the crime. There was no reason for me to be robbing somebody when I just signed a $1 million record deal, but the justice system is so tainted that they didn't even care about that reality. They didn't care that there was no real evidence. They said, well, if somebody said you did it, then I guess you had to do it. You know, and based on that reality, I spent 7 years in prison at a time when I should have been flourishing as the next big hip hop artist. You know, and I utilized that time to reflect and understand what we were really dealing with. You know, I'm saying to myself, I have resources, and I had a lawyer, and I had all these things. And at 21 years old, I was sitting in jail with 7 to 14 years. And I knew that there were so many young boys from my community and girls that didn't have the resources I had, right? And I knew what I went through, and I was like, well, I'm really innocent. And I was seeing these young boys and girls come in with 20 and 30 years, facing 30 years. You know, one of my mentors, who became one of my mentors, actually had 25 years to life for a robbery that they said he stole $1 from a white woman. They said that he took her wallet and all she had was $1, and they gave him 25 years to life. He never hurt her, never did anything, but he actually never even did it. But she said that he fit the description of the person that did it. And hearing that same story over and over, you know, it made me realize what I was actually in prison for. It wasn't for the crime. It was for me to see this reality. It was for me to take the talent that I had and the skill set that I have and the platform and the notoriety that I had and be able to come back home and speak about those things and save our youth from actually going and experiencing those same things. You know, as we look at the era we are in hip-hop now, in a culture that actually glorifies the most heinous violence in the world, glorifies and incentivizes it. It is incentivized. See, I can't really just blame the artists as much as I can blame the people who incentivize it, right? Because if you told me that I could get a $1 million record deal and I could say positive things and I would be exalted and I could sit in the rooms and get out the hood and make sure I could take care of my family, then I would do that. But when you're telling these kids that the only way they're going to get a record deal is if they actually really shot somebody and made a video about it and got a hit song about it, then how do you expect them to do something different when we're not incentivizing positivity, right? We're incentivizing murder. Murder is one of the biggest marketing plans in the world. Black murder is a marketing strategy, you know? So I know that I had to be intentional in explaining to these kids what was going on. I had to be intentional and explain to them, I actually went through what you're going through. So as we watch these young kids and a lot of us as elders, we can look from, you know, our high horse and we can look from our grown age, our big age of 40 and up and be like, these kids are the worst in the world. But we don't talk about where we were at that time. We don't talk about the things we got away with. I say all the time, there's so many people who've committed crimes that are in the White House right now. They just got away. You know, they ran it the other way when their friend got caught. You know, he took the charges for him. Nobody has those real conversations. So we look down, instead of trying to build with our youth and pull them in, we want to call them out and we want to demonize them, right? And if you don't speak life into these kids, if we don't speak life into the culture, if we don't identify with these kids, then they're going to go with and where they're embraced. You know, so we have to embrace our babies, no matter what they're going through. No matter what they're going through, it is the hardest job in the world to embrace someone that's done something that's the worst. I watched one of my best friends, you know, have to embrace the person who killed his brother. He was in jail for 20 years, and he said the person who killed his brother, he had to forgive him in order for him to live his life properly. Right? So the job that we have to do is not easy. It's not going to be easy. It's not no 1 + 1 = 2. It's a whole number we ain't even seen yet. It's a different type of math that we got to do. And only a few of us are called to do this work. You know, so I know that is my calling, you know, and I do it every day. It's not the easiest. You know, that if you're a hero long enough, you'll see yourself become the villain. Right? If you do work, when you're really doing real work that's based in love, and when you're doing God's work, the devil is gonna come at you so hard. Every day they're gonna do everything to defame you, to discredit you, to try to turn the world against you every day. But I understand that that's what my calling is, and I stand 10 toes down in it every day. So give us give us what you do, what is your passion? How do you see what hip hop is right now, and what is the job you think we need to do in this culture to shift the negativity to positive?
Well, just to tell you a little about myself, I'm an author. I'm also a journalist who's covered hip hop for the past nearly 30 years for magazines like The Source, Vibe, Rolling Stone. What I want to speak about in terms of hip hop is kind of the true spirit of this thing. Because while we've been celebrating the 50th anniversary of hip hop, the biggest missing element of all this is what the heck is hip hop? We keep saying it's music, and we keep focusing on the music, but it is a cultural movement that has all kinds of elements. It has dance. The foundational dance is breaking, and that has come to a plethora of other genres like freestyle, locking, electric boogie, which all started in the West, but that's a part of hip hop. You got graffiti, street art, that's a part of hip hop. And you got DJing. People together. It did create peace. And it's the reason why a lot of us are here today. You go through other parts. I mean, we're talking about the way the music is focusing on violence, but again, let's focus on how the culture periodically does step up and come to our aid, to our help, whether it be, through Zulu Nation, but also, in the late 80s with the formation of Public Enemy, with groups like X-Clan, with Black Watch, the organization that they found. You got there, and then also you have it even back when Bush was the president. I'm talking about the second Bush. And you had artists like Puffy and Russell Simmons trying to, step up and help the youth. Again, formation, these things don't last, but they do show that the culture does care, that there is parts of the culture that do positive things for our community. And it's a kind of unity that, again, it's the reason why I got into the culture. And since everybody talks about their personal experience with hip hop, I mean, I was a kid growing up in Newark. I was born and raised in Newark. And, like anybody coming up in the 70s, going into the early 80s, you're trying to find your way. And I mean, like anybody else, I dabbled in, the kids in the streets. And that took me down whatever path. I'm no thug, but anyway, I discovered b-boying in the early 80s, like 82. And I became a b-boy. And it was the first time in my life through hip hop that gave me purpose, passion, focus, and it gave me something to pour my creativity into. And it wasn't just me, but having come out of like hanging out with the wrong crowd, I saw how it affected other people in the city of Newark. And it brought us together in a sort of a kind of a unity around the culture, to the point where, the people I was hanging with before, I was either in disagreement with or enemy with, other knuckleheads in the streets, it brought us all together in a sort of a kind of a collective to kind of move forward and kind of think outside of the box and think outside of the streets. And I saw what happened when breaking was so huge, and then after a while it kind of, disappeared, and the people that I, was dancing with who were in the streets before, who come out of the streets, went back into the streets and died because of things like, we know what happened in the late 80s, early 90s with drugs, cocaine, crack. That, in turn, that lack of some kind of structure, led them into the, whatever life that they led. But, that's all I wanted to say is, while we talk about the negativity of the music, let's not forget that this is a cultural movement. And while it does have negative aspects in terms of its messaging, as a whole, the culture is thriving. It's not necessarily speaking to our plight so much because it has grown so big. And when you have a movement that grows that big, it splinters. It loses its focus. It loses its community feel. But at the same time, as a cultural movement, it does, in ways, still speaks for us, still gives us an outlet, and still helps us to move forward. And that's it.
Thank you for that. Definitely. My brother, you give us, your own personal understanding of what hip-hop is, what you do in hip-hop, and how you see it affected. Is it, the negative and the positive? Give us your view.
I get excited when I talk about hip-hop, first of all, because of the fact that, I grew up in hip-hop, right? A lot of people don't even know my artist side. They know me as this community leader for Brick City, but the reality of it is that since 9 years old, I was in the music business. I was, rhyming everywhere, winning shows and talent shows and stuff, and, I hung around with all of the bad dudes, right? My guys were out there in the streets, but they seen this talent in me, and they kept pushing me away. I was smart, I was a straight-A student, I was getting great grades, but me being able to rhyme just created a path for me that, had the respect in the community of no other, man. I was the neighborhood celebrity. I grew up watching hip-hop. For me was Naughty by Nature. Hip-hop for me was Redman. Hip-hop for me was Councilman Do It All, right? Lords of Underground, the Artifacts, all those people, right, that I watched. Kilo, OCM, Organized Criminal Minds. I don't want to go into the deepness of that, but watching Lauryn Hill and all these young cats that really took the music to another level for us, right? Latifah, right? I had a stint in the music business that I thought I was going to be this big star, and it just never really happened for me. But, Barry Roberts, all praises due to him, man. Barry Roberts from Warner Electra and Atlantic, took this young kid from Newark and took me around the world and showed me, stuff outside of the bricks. Showed me, put me in these performances where I was opening up for, the Winter Music Fest down in Miami and stuff. So my world was built around hip hop to the point that 17 years ago, my life changed completely. My son put a charge on me to do more in my community by asking me a simple question: Dad, you always talk about being part of the solution, not part of the problem. What are you doing about some of the violence that was happening in our community? And that, not having an answer to my son, my 14-year-old son, changed my life. Because in my mind, I'm thinking as a parent, I should be making sure that my community is safe. And what just happened, my son called me a hypocrite. And it didn't feel good. So I took everything in me from hip-hop and decided to start a nonprofit organization. Some of y'all know it was FP, Youth Outcry, but FP was Future Potential. So it was all about the youth. Youth Outcry, the youth are crying out. Youth are crying out, why? Because we had to hide how we said things, how we felt. Again, hip-hop, all relating to hip-hop. I took everything I knew from the music business and started this organization. I didn't know what I was doing. I just knew that I wanted to serve. I wanted to serve our young people in a way that they can understand that their situations didn't have to dictate their destination. And I've been able to do that. Today, 17 years later, my sons are proud of me for the work that I do in the community. They're community-oriented, and again, everything is built around arts. I heard Baba Zaid say, on Prince Street. Man, listen, I got a 9,000 square foot center on Prince Street. Come on, y'all here in Newark, y'all know about Prince Street. Right. We took a dilapidated space. I put my own money in it.
Yes, he did.
And turned it into a safe haven for our young people. Turned it into a safe haven where we broke it down from entertainment, education, and empowerment. So when you walk in there, you feel hip hop because you see the murals, you see the art, but you also see a state-of-the-art recording studio, videography, photography, graphic arts, all of those things, the things that's going to draw young people in. Now, before I even created that, I was at the clubhouse, and I had my Rhyme for Reasons program there, right? But the thing was, it was so political. They wanted us to do this, that, and the third. I said, I can't do all that stuff. I'm going to build my own. Rhyme for Reasons became this program that all these kids wanted to be a part of because of the fact that we was teaching them how to take their feelings and use the art form to create it. Now we do that on a whole nother level. The hub stands for Help Us Become Better. My goal in life is to show these young people that they can do anything that they want. At 5 years old, my mama taught me, perceive it, believe it, achieve it. Perceive it, believe it, achieve it. When you walk up amongst some of these young kids, when all they hear is, I can't, I can't, I can't, you won't never be, you won't never be, nah, we got to change that. The work is so important right now for us to be able to do, and I'm so glad that I can have kids. A kid came into the hub yesterday that grew up in the hub. You know, instead of them saying, the Boys and Girls Club or the YMCAs, I got kids coming and saying, I grew up in the hub. She came back and said, I want to intern for you because you changed my life. I got kids in college right now that said, oh, I want to come back and work for you right now. My son's going to come back and work for the hub right now because we're doing this work, and it's all tied to hip hop. I can go a little deeper, but I'm going to stop until, you give me another question.
My son, I just want to do one thing.
Yes, sir.
I want y'all to appreciate something that happened in this conversation already, and something that doesn't get associated with the culture of hip-hop. You saw two expressions of accountability in this conversation already, right? My son, you were correct to make us put a pin in what happened with that brother. That's accountability. We have to stop being afraid of these hard conversations when we need to be holding people who look like us doing harm in our community accountable, right? And hold on, Marcus. Al Tariq was self-critical. This is an intergenerational conversation, right? He heard his son say, Daddy, what's up? And took that personal and has become a vehicle for healing in this community like very few others, and that we're all very proud of. So I just want to see, when we're talking about the maturation and the role of the arts, that has to be in the space. I just wanted to lift that up and let y'all have y'all flow.
Yes, sir.
It's Baba stuff, y'all.
Yes, sir.
On Baba Zaid's note, you're absolutely right, like I said. But what I wanted to say at the end was, as we hold him accountable, we have to hold a lot of people accountable. A lot of people accountable, which aren't being said.
I don't really understand what that means.
Oh, we're not gonna get specific out here.
Because we're talking about, it's just like saying.
No. We're talking about black leadership.
But I'm not talking about black leadership. It's like we talking about the police killing us, and they say, but what about black on black crime? We can't talk about that. No, we're talking about this specific thing. We brought up one specific individual, right? And we can't say that we can't, what's his name, didn't discover America, and we tearing down the white statues that have been killing us, and this is who they've been praising, and this is who America said were the leaders. We can't say that that's what we're for, but we can't hold people in our own culture accountable and say that once you've done something that is despicable amongst our own culture, then we can't give you any level of praise. We can acknowledge the organization, but I refuse to sit on the stage where we give that man any level of praise. That's just me.
Oh, I understand. But at the same time, history has shown that, a lot of people who we give praise to have done.
And you should call those out. If we talking about those people.
But they've been called out. But I'm just saying, like, we have to call out everybody.
I mean, we don't have to call, because we were talking about Africa Bambaataa. if we was talking about everybody else and you brought those individuals' names up and you felt that history should record that they were pedophiles and is documented and known, then you should say that. Because that's what I would do as a man. So, as we should, right? So, I wanted to talk about something else. When we talk about hip-hop, right, it's so crazy, right? Black unity is not conducive or profitable to white supremacy, right? So when we talk about hip-hop and the culture and the spirit that it was formed in, right, capitalism is built off white supremacy, right? So when we talk about capitalism, they're going to make anything productive that feeds white supremacy. They're going to make sure that those people are the most successful, they got the most money in the world, right? So when we talk about hip-hop artists and how it started, we know what it was started on. It was started about unity. It was started on us talking about our culture, us unified. They seen us unifying. They seen us building black this, and they seen the Black Wall Street, the mind state that was coming from. We talk about, all of the people who actually started how it was unified. They could not allow that level of unity to become popular, right? To be profitable. That's why black destruction and black murder is way more profitable than black unity, right? You would never see them catapult or put in our face black people who talk about unity and talk about us loving us be billionaires. It's just not a thing they're going to do. There's some of them that exist independently somewhere, but that's not what they promote to us, right? Even when we talk about leadership, they'll show you, and I love the black church, but they'll show you black mega preachers, right, who talk about unifying with everybody, right? It's not black. It can't be all black. You can't talk about just black unity. You have to talk about the religion that they gave us, right? You have to praise the religion that they gave us, the one they utilized to sedate us, to keep us comfortable as they enslaved us, right? So they'll highlight that. So when we talk about, we have to acknowledge, yeah, right? We have to acknowledge that there's a direct attack on our culture. It is. So when we look at these kids, they are symptoms of this culture. They have been taught something. Like I remember being a young kid, I had normalized abnormality. Right? I had been taught that in order for me to be considered great or somehow have some quote unquote real, that I had to be negative. That's what they told me. They told me I couldn't get my stripes until I went to jail. The quote-unquote OGs was coming home from jail with the war stories, and they sat in the middle of us, and they came home diesel, and they talked this lingo, and they told us how they controlled the yard and how they was running the spot, and everybody looked up to them. They didn't praise the young man that came home from college, but when you came home from jail, that's who we idolized. So that's who we wanted to be. My first vision of success wasn't somebody who had a good job, who was doing something positive. The first vision of success in my eyes was a drug dealer that had the car I wanted. He had the chain I wanted. He had the girl I wanted. So when we talk about what we're dealing with, we have to understand that it's really layered. And we have to unravel it slowly but surely. And we have to give our people grace. We got to pull our people in. The Honorable Minister Farrakhan, I watched him take these artists from all genres, some of the biggest gangster rappers in the world, and sit in the room with them and explain to them that I don't need you to stop doing. I need you to just keep adding as you grow as a man and as you learn, add some of that in the music, right? Because I can't speak to the same demographic that you can speak to. I don't have the lingo. I don't connect to them in the same way. So I don't want you to completely stop, but I need you to continue to add as you grow. Let them grow with you. And that's what I think the culture is missing. The culture is missing. It's either we on this side or that side. And that's not what it is for me. I know these young kids because I was these young kids. If somebody gave up on me, I couldn't be here right now. I couldn't have this understanding of what it is that's going on in our culture. So when I listen to the Chicago rappers and the drill rappers and people like, oh, lock them all up and throw them away. No, it's not about lock them. It's teach them, because those are our warriors, right? These are the warriors we have, and they want you to they want to demonize their spirit. They want to utilize that same warrior spirit for negativity. But imagine if we used it for positivity. Imagine if we really empowered and gave our soldiers the education that they actually need to fight in the war that's needed. Imagine if we unplugged from their own media and created our media. Imagine if we really supported the artists that's doing the stuff that we say we love, right? Because we quick to say how negative somebody is when we don't like them. Well, I don't want that. That person is that. But why don't we uplift the kids in this community that's doing the positive things? Why don't we create the platforms? Why don't we put our money and resources behind them and make them just as popular as the people that's doing the negativity? You know. So with that said, I want to know. You know, like you said, hip hop is something that's beautiful. It was born out of something that was beautiful. You know, it saved your life, right? Most of it saved our lives. Even if we went through negative things, it was my outlet. Hip hop was always my outlet. Even when I was thinking negative thing, I put it in a song, and I didn't actually do the negative act, right? So my anger, I put into that anger. Like when DMX is one of my favorite artists, right? And DMX could put his pain and his anger into a song, but it gave you a psychological understanding of what he was actually feeling, right? And he said it was an alternative to actually committing the violent acts. You know, he was one of my mentors. So understanding what it was based on, understanding what the history of what hip-hop is, what do you think the strategies we, as people in this room, people that come from are older, right? What do we need to do to bring those values back and connect with our youth to bring them where they need to go?
I would say do exactly what y'all been doing in this city. I listened to the first panel, and the sister who was from the New Black Panther Party talked about being in the streets, stopping the violence, bringing the protests to the streets. But then after they were able to change the political situation in Newark, they were able to take what they did and institutionalize it and bring it further into the police department and with the street intervention. And you're able to kind of, you know, make a dent. I think those are the kind of things. You need to organize. You need to more organizing, more talking to the youth. And just, like I said, I look at Newark, put it this way, over the last 6 years, as America's been going in the wrong direction, I've been seeing this city going in the right direction with Mayor Baraka. And it's little steps at a time, but it's been turning the spirit of this city around. I haven't lived here in 20 years, but I can feel it when I come back, that the spirit is coming back. I can see it in the youth. You know, there are some troubles, but I see beautiful youth in this city. I hear a lot of positive talk amongst the youth here, from what I see. And I just think that you just need to just keep taking those little baby steps of just furthering the self-responsibility and building and organizing and making those connections between the institutions, the streets, and the youth. They're getting them the information. But I think that, you know, I think the city is on the right direction. So.
I do too.
Yeah.
What do you think? Give me some of your ideologies, and how do you think, because there's such a disconnect, and that's what I try to do, right? I try to, being 47 years old, I try to connect with these young kids, and I don't try to teach at them, right? And a lot of us teach from where we are instead of teaching from where we were.
Right? If you don't mind, it was another point in my life that changed a lot of my thinking too, right? Mm-hmm. This was probably like 3 years ago. You know, crime was crazy in Newark, and we did some statistics and, you know, found out the youth was making a lot of those, you know, committing a lot of those crimes, right? Somebody made a statement, and they was like, the youth doing all of this stuff, what is the hub doing? And I got offended. I know what I've been doing at that time it was, 14 years doing the work. And I got a little offended because me and Keisha, director Yuri, out on the front line trying to make these changes, right? Now, director Yuri, not just
Director
Sister
Yuri.
Black. Yeah, please, I wanted to
Acknowledge
correct
that.
that first. All hail her because of the fact that
right.
a lot of the
Director
work that's
Yuri.
been done in the city, you know, under the courageous mayor leadership, been able to put us in a position. But to go back to your question, I want to create more hubs, right? Create safe spaces for us to be able to have these partnerships and collaborations like what's happening right now. When that statement was made to me, I got offended, but then I said, don't get offended, pivot, right? I had to go and get out into the community. So I partnered with New Direction, Shadi, you know, because I knew the stain he had. I knew he talked a different language than I did. We was able to provide the resources, but I wasn't getting to them. So partnering with him brought them into us so that now they start making these changes for themselves because they seen opportunities. They got exposed to something different than what they were seeing.
Unity, not a uniformity.
That's right, absolutely. So, you know, we also now put ourselves in a position to not only do the nonprofit, but a for-profit entertainment company, right? Where we put out artists and we work with them beforehand. The DMX, when you said that, it touched my heart because we created that Hub Life Entertainment, ENT, Entertainment Networking and Therapy, because we want to work with those artists and get them to heal themselves before they put out music. So when they put out their music, it can be sustainable, you know? So these are the situations, man. I'm just telling you how God repay you, right? You want to hear God laugh, tell him what you got planned, because I gave up the music business to do this work. And now, because of doing this work, in the way that we've been able to do it, the arts has opened up the door. I just did a song with CL Smooth, right? A legendary hip-hop legend like yourself, right?
God, I love CL.
That's now dropping on Bruce Willis' last movie. So I'm taking a chance to say, now these kids can be able to see that doing something positive is the right thing to do.
Exactly.
You know, we could take that creativity and do something positive with it. So those are the techniques and stuff that we're doing. We want to create more hubs so that they feel safe enough to be vulnerable, to talk about what the issues that they're going through, instead of just having them and getting 30, 40, 50 years old and never dealt with it, never identified with the trauma that they was dealing with. But now let's creatively put it in a way that we can express it, and now somebody else can see you doing something positive even though your trauma is happening. You know, hurt people, yes, they do. But heal people and healing people can heal people.
There you go. That's a beautiful statement. Definitely agree with that. Creating, you know, a lot of people talk about the problem, but the solutions, I'm a solution-based individual, and it seems like that's what you are. So I just want to commend you on the solutions. I want to ask both of y'all, you know, understanding where hip-hop has come from, right, and where we are. You know, I think for me, technology is a gift and a curse, right? Because we have a YouTube, and we have all of these things where anybody has a voice, right? And sometimes that's very dangerous. You don't want to mute people's voice, but some people's voices are dangerous. And understanding how the media is, they will amplify the most dangerous voices and to try to drown out the voices that actually need to be heard. But when we're conscious enough to understand what we're dealing with and actually what we're looking for, then we can find the voices that need to be heard, right? And I think in this time, that's what we should be doing. We should be trying to find like minds. We should be trying to find the youth who are already empowered, who are knowledgeable, right? And bring them into spaces that like this. Like you said, we were talking about the people who are excluded from panels like this. It should be youth here, right? Hip-hop, because the hip-hop is about the youth, right? So I'm very intentional, like when I walk into spaces and we're talking about hip-hop and we're talking about the negativity in the street, that we don't have the youth on the panel to speak about actually what they're dealing with. You know, I have this saying called nothing about us without us, right? So we can't make decisions about the youth and talk about the youth, and we don't have the youth up here giving their perspective on what's going on. So I think we need to be a lot more intentional about every time that we do panels, discussions. We already know, we talking to the choir here, right? We literally because we know what's going on. I can have these conversations with my peers all the time. But if we not empowering these young boys to go back to them schools, right, where they respected the young gang leader who can be a gang leader, he's on the cusp, and there's nobody embracing him. From none of us is embracing him, but the streets is embracing him, and they telling him, oh, because he has this energy that they can use him in a gang, and they giving him this stature, and we not giving him that same stature over here, then we losing our babies. You know, so we got to be intentional about that. But the question I wanted to ask you was, understanding where we come from and understanding where we are now, what do you think that hip-hop is going to be, you know, not just in the music, but culturally? What do you think the cultural effect that hip-hop is going to have in the next 10 years?
And see, that's where the youth should be here, because we old men. I'm 54. I don't know how old you gentlemen are, but, you know, I have a 15-year-old, and we have a conversation about music all the time. I couldn't really tell you, but from what I hear from him is, you know, the music is going to go where they lead. That's why I can't really say what it is, because it's going to take them. And having a conversation with my son about, we always complain about how hip-hop now has that sing-songy kind of, like, it doesn't have the boom bap that we used to have a lot of times for the commercial stuff that we hear, because they don't really care about politics. And my son will say that. He said, we don't care about politics. We care about flow, we care about money, everything that it says. And I had to sit there and listen to it. And I said, I understand, because the music has always kind of been, you know, about the money and about self and about this, but why don't you like the politics? He's like, because we just don't care. We just don't really care.
And that's an intentional thing. And I ain't mean to cut you off, but when we look at hip-hop now, and I say this, and a lot of times we could say, oh, this, you're hating, you're old. You know, I remember being young, and I didn't want to hear the old dudes tell us about what hip-hop was, right? Because I defined it for myself, and I know what it was, and I know what I liked. But, right, when we look at the effect that hip-hop has had, when we look at the fact that there hasn't been a #1 hip-hop album in the last year, right? There's no artist and no body of work that's reaching the masses the way in the 90s and in the early 2000s we dominated the charts, right? Because there was something that culturally, that universally connected our stories to everybody else, right? And that was a power that they couldn't stop that. They was like, yeah, we can't stop this. Hip-hop is, so what we have to do is dilute it. What we have to do is give you artists who don't have any level of substance, who don't have any skill level. We just have to, all we need to do is give you shock value. All we need to do is give you Sexy Red saying her booty hole, and millions of people want to see it because it's shocking. You can't believe she actually said it. And people think because they shocked and they got 100 million views that it actually translates to people like it.
That's where hip-hop is right now. In terms of the music, it is being governed. It's basically the streets have been replaced digitally. It's now digital is the street, and that's what it is. And that's, you know.
It's a dangerous thing, because what happens is it depreciates the value of something, right? Because once I realized, okay, you don't really sell records. I've diminished you so much that you don't even matter no more. It's like taking the power from, it's like you take the leaders from the communities, which they do. This is a strategy of white supremacy in the government. They take our leaders and they exalt them in spaces that's not ours, right? And then they mute their voice. They change their voice. They tell them this is what it's going to take for you to do what you got to do. And then they no longer even look visible to us. They don't even resemble the person that we exalted to the level. And now they neutralized you. So that's what they're doing with hip-hop. Hip-hop is being intentionally neutralized right now, because there's absolutely no substance and nothing that could connect, because my grandmother used to like DMX. My grandmother liked Nas. You know, understand? My grandmother used to be like, that boy's saying some things. I understand what he's saying, but there's no way I can listen to Lil Yachty and, like, it's an experiment. Like, and I was listening to a song that J. Cole is on with Lil Yachty, right? And I realized it's like a strategy now. Right. They're putting people that who actually good artists, were terrible artists, right? So that what you start doing is you start thinking that this person is a good artist. And as the other artist slowly disappears, they left you with this person that's absolutely saying nothing because it seems like he was co-signed by the artist that you thought was dope. So as he fades away and he moves off into his own space, they left you with nothing.
Right.
They leaving us with nothing. And I just watched Drake did a song with Lil Yachty. I'm like, so Lil Yachty is what they trying to push as the next kind of artist. So as Drake says, I don't want to do music no more, and J. Cole and them say they don't want to do music no more, they leave you with artists that have absolutely no substance.
Right. No,
That have nothing. They got artists that you actually doing co-signing nothing. Sexy Red is talking about nothing. Sukihana is talking about nothing. Like literally saying nothing at all. Just saying anything with shock value. So hip hop in itself, to me, I don't think we're in a good space. A lot of people say, oh, we're making money and these artists. I'm like, yeah, of course they're going to give you money. Trump gave you money. That's what they said. Trump gave us the stimulus. Yeah, of course he did. So exactly, you get the stimulus package, you forget about the fight,
right.
You forget about the substance, you go buy your car, you broke the next day, now you got a charge because you got more than the stimulus package you're supposed to get. Everybody got PPP charges. They figured out a whole strategy to keep you, unfocused on what's really going on here. So to me, I really think we're in a real dangerous spot in hip hop. I really do, but I think we have the opportunity because they can't really control the internet.
Right.
Anybody can get on it, but we have to be intentional about exalting those who are really speaking for us and to us. We have to be intentional because the algorithm is the craziest thing in the world. I never understood when people talk about when you talk, if I put something negative on my page that shows somebody killing, it's over. 2 million views, 3,000 comments. But if I start talking about us building each other, and I put one of my favorite raps that it gets 20 comments, 200 views, and I'm like, I got 500,000 followers on my page. How the hell I'm only getting 20 comments and 300 views on something I know is powerful? Right? So they are intentional about destroying us and keeping us destitute and keeping us dumb and keeping us distracted. So we have to be intentional about unifying and educating each other.
Give him a round of applause. Mic check, mic check. This is one hell of a conversation. I'm proud of y'all. We got about 10 minutes left. I want to just give the audience a chance to jump in there because I know some hands were up. I think I saw a hand up in the back, right? Jamil, Rhino. Right? Was a young queen in the back? I thought I had her hand up. No? Okay. All right. Jamil, go ahead. And I'm going to repeat the question so we can hear it on the mic. Oh, he got a mic. There you go. Who's first? Jamil.
Thank you. Peace, everyone. Yes, I pretty much want to bounce off, brother, what you were saying. I'm over here. I'm squirming in my chair because the last comment that you just made, that's exactly what I want to talk about. How we're being diverted. You're talking about where hip-hop is, where is it going? And me personally, I feel the same way you feeling, and this is in my personal opinion, that it's going downhill. Because there's no message in today's music. I grew up with, Run DMC and LL Cool J and all them cats when they was making music, it was entertainment music. It was something that made you dance and smile at the same time. Right? The music what they consider hip-hop today, I consider noise, right? Because that's all it is a bunch of noise and not making sense. There's no lyrics. I'm like, what the heck is they talking about? And like you talk about, it was, in my opinion, it's designed. Because you could take a person and you could give them $1 million deal, right, to make to make some dirty music, right, which is going to disrupt over 10 million lives. Recently, here in Newark, we had the 24 hours of peace, and they had the rappers up there, right? And it's supposed to be a clean atmosphere, and they sit up there, and I was being disturbed from the lyrics that I was hearing, knowing that it's supposed to be kid-friendly. We got elderly, we got kids running around here, and I'm literally watching 5, 6, 7-year-old kids bopping to this music that had no message, right? And all they did hear beat and stuff like that, and we understand that kids' minds are sponges. So then, as parents, be like, yo, where you hear that from? You want to, and it goes out to a lot of parents too. They would sit around and they would bop music in the car with the kids and wondering where kids getting this language from. You're playing the music in front of the kids. You know what I mean? And then when we're talking about it's the village that's supposed to bring this thing together, right? But when you get people like me and other members in here from the community who want to not aggressively, right? But we want to approach a kid when we see him doing wrong. But because you don't want to put the time in to be a real parent, you want to come after us. It's just like when kids do wrong in school. You won't go after the teacher. Teacher's trying to teach your kids some discipline. You know what I mean? So this is where we're going in this society, and it's getting crazy. It was a documentary a while back with Gotti, right? Now, I already don't know how this music industry goes as far as how the music is put out in the air and stuff like that. But he had said something about it was a hit record that Ja Rule had put out, and that record is still big today. And Gotti was saying that, I don't know if it's the producer, executive producer, however that thing go, he was saying the music wasn't hard enough, right? So the music, the song I'm talking about specifically, I don't know the name of it, but it was clean music. So I'm saying to myself, what do you mean it's not hard enough, right? So then as I continue to analyze what's going on with our youth and the music and anything like that, it wasn't hard enough. It wasn't no shooting it in there. It wasn't no bitches. It wasn't no niggas. So now you give a kid $1 million record deal to make bad music to fuck up millions of lives. See, now me as an individual, I could pop a bottle, I can get a girl, and I got it going on. But never mind, what about the other generation? What about the generations coming up? Right, and like you said it. You make good music, you don't get recognized. And that's what we need right now. We need people with their platforms, the ones that's already out there, the ones who made it, the name brand people out there right now. We need them to use their platform and stop that little nonsense shit that they're making out there right now. Right? And I'm gonna call some people out, because it was one particular one, our Jersey dude, Redman, who specifically said at this event that I know it's kids out there, but we're gonna rock out any goddamn way. And went on with his negative music. And I said it.
Amen. Listen,
That's Ja Mills.
John Mims.
Of the Mighty Newark Anti-Violence Coalition.
I think what you said is 100% on point. And I think, especially as men, because I think our women have been doing it. Black women have been voicing and being carrying us for a long time. But I think as black men, we got to stop peacefully coexisting with bullshit. That's what it is. It's going along. We've indoctrinated coward culture, and when you don't call out something that's cowardly, then you actually a coward, right? So when you did, that's what men do, right? You hold somebody else accountable. You don't like this, and you said it, right? I'm not gonna let you be comfortable around me doing sucker shit. And I think that's what men got to get back to doing in all of our communities, in every aspect of our life, right? I'm not watching no young boy doing shit in the hood and disrespecting somebody's mother or disrespecting a girl, and I'm just gonna walk by like that's not my kid or these kids don't listen. No, I'm a grown adult man. So when you see me, you either gonna fix your crown or you're not gonna be comfortable around me at no time, right? I'm never gonna make you comfortable in doing sucker shit around me. So that's what Boycott Black Murder is, right? Boycott Black Murder is the same way that they are promoting and advocating for us to kill each other. We have to be intentional about advocating for us to love each other, right? We can't allow any of these artists or anything who are making money off our communities, who are bleeding our communities, right? Because at the end of the day, what I will say is, music, just like movies, is entertainment. right? So I'm able to watch a movie that's full of violence and all that, and I'm able to have a conversation with my kid, if he might say, and explain to him that this is entertainment, right? Because after the movie goes off, Robert De Niro is going to go back to his community, and he's going to do real stuff that's positive, and I can say, look, that was just him playing a role in the movie, right? So we have to hold our artists accountable to that, right? So I don't care what you said. You said that in the song, but you got to come back to these communities and tell these kids to live, right? You got to tell them, okay, you know, unfortunately, those are the realities that I dealt with, and those are things that I know, and I'm talking about things I know, but I don't want you out here committing crimes, because I'm making sure that my kids go to school every day. My kids live in Beverly Hills right now, right? They not out here committing these crimes. So when you come back to these communities, you have to do work that balances out with the message that you have. Because I can't tell you what to rap about. I can have this conversation with you, but when I was 23 and 24, that was my whole reality. I only knew about the streets. I had nothing else. So somebody coming to me and saying, yo, brother, you can't tell me what I could say. Now me and you, now we at odds, right? So when you pull me in and you start educating me, and then you start telling me, okay, you got a duty. I understand what you're dealing with, but you got a duty to make sure that these kids don't die in these communities, right? Because you don't want to see the same kids that you lived with, that you grew up with, in the next door from you killing each other, right? So what is your obligation to those babies, right? Then you start calling them into that energy, and then what happens, you start seeing them grow. And when we create coalitions like that, unified, and we start bringing those people, holding them accountable, and bringing them, every time we bringing them to schools, and they having school days, and they telling their life stories and saying, this was the reality that I dealt with, but I don't want none of y'all to go through the same things that I'm going through. Because they idolize that individual, they idolize that music. So when that individual is coming to those same communities, and he's speaking life into them, and they putting resources in the communities, then we can see change. Then we can, because now we playing the game, because you can play stupid when you smart, but you can't play smart when you stupid, right? So that's the game. Sometimes we gotta Trojan horse this thing. So that's what Boycott Black Murder is. I just need y'all to give me the same platforms, all the resources that you're giving the ones that's telling the negative shit. Give me the platforms. Put me on the same stage, because that's what we had back in the days. We had balance. Right? We had Poor Righteous Teacher. We had KRS-One. When we had Cool G rapping, we had Rakim. There was a balance. There's no balance no more. Right? There's no balance. So I understand the balance of the world is negative and positive. We ain't never going to get rid of all the negative. That's not going to happen. But give us the opportunity to advocate and give the same platforms to those who talking life into our kids as the ones that's not.
That's right. Now, before we take DJ Rhino's question, my son, tell everybody just what the Boycott Murder Campaign is and how they can plug in.
So, like I said, it's a unified, universal campaign in which we want to involve community leaders, artists, activists, athletes, all us in our communities who understand what our kids are going to stop this violence. And what we realize is that the same strategies that they're utilizing for us to kill the same platforms, we need to have the same. We got to have billboards that say Boycott Black Murder, right? We need the big chains that's glowing that say Boycott Black Murder. We want to make Boycott Black Murder and us loving each other the biggest gang in the world, right? Because that's what we compete. We competing against gangs, and we competing against things that's shiny and things that look good, right? We can't compete with these kids if we don't look like they want to look. Right? I'm not telling you that you can't go to the club. Do ask me. I'm in the strip club. He's like, what you doing in the strip club? I'm saying, I'm doing the same thing you do. I'm enjoying myself watching strippers. Well, you supposed to be, well, listen, bro. Me not wanting to see my kids die or kids die in the community don't mean that I don't engage in certain levels of the culture. And it's not for everybody. And there's some of us ain't going to go to the strip club that got the same ideology that I have. But don't plague me and think because I'm in a strip club or because I'm doing in the culture and doing things that you don't see other leaders do, don't mean that I don't have the same ideology and the same want for my people. And that's what we got to do. It got to be Muslims who never been to a strip club, former gang members that's going to the strip club every night, dudes that's committed crimes that you probably would never commit in your life. We got to form coalitions like that to change the minds and change the communities that we live in. It ain't just one way. It ain't just silos. It ain't you doing it the right way, you doing it the wrong way. Oh, he's a gangster. He says the word nigga, and I don't like that, and I can't do. No, bro, because some of these kids need to hear the word nigga. They're not going to listen to you unless you use the word nigga. And unfortunately, that's a reality that we're dealing with. And we have to evolve and help them grow to the point that the word nigga is no longer in our vocabulary. But right now it is. It is hood colloquialism in our communities. It's the way they talk to each other. So we have to identify with that. We can't be so judgmental and think that my ice is colder than yours, and my shit don't stink and yours do. We have to, like you said, unity is not uniformity. The Wu-Tang Clan is full of people that look completely different. They rap completely different, and they're the biggest unified group in this world. You know why? Because they appeal to so many different people. There's somebody in that group that everybody can identify with. So we want Boycott Black Murder to be the Wu-Tang Clan of anti-violence and black unity. And you can go to untilfreedom.com and take the Boycott Black Murder pledge. We're doing work in Newark starting in the next couple of months. So we'll be doing events out here that everybody can unify with us. And you know, I'm saying we have a very unique chance to do something different, right? And we can't, you know, I love the Panthers. I love Malcolm. But we got to look and realize that they made mistakes, right? And we got to capitalize on the mistakes that they made. We got to say, this is how they dismantled that. This is how they infiltrated them. This is how they did it. And we got to take the strategies and the understandings that they had and the things that worked, and we got to utilize those things, but we got to get rid of the things that didn't. And the main thing that didn't was that they were not unified. They were unified. The Black Panthers was there. Malcolm was there. Martin was there. No, if we had all of them on the same page at the same time, we would have been unstoppable. So that's what we need to do in this time. Stop worrying about your ideology, my ideology. Listen, black people need to win. That's it.
Peace, my son, this question is for you. Really, it's for all three of y'all, but I was thinking my son mainly because you've been in the rap game. But we're at a war with the industry. You know, we're at a serious war with the industry. You know, we talk about the good and the bad in hip hop. There's a lot of great artists that's putting a lot of positive music out there, a lot of positive messages. You just gotta dig for it now. It's not gonna be in the mainstream. It's out there. But, you know, and in talking about solutions, how do we continue this war against the industry, and how do we win this war against the industry? Because what we're dealing with, all right, we have artists that are gonna put out, you know, the negative stuff. And as you stated earlier, sometimes the labels, the industry will force them to do that, you know, or trick them into doing that. How do we fight against the industry? Because it's the industry that's controlling what's being played on the airwaves. It's the industry that's controlling the whole narrative, everything that we see and hear in hip hop. You know what I'm saying? And they're getting into the minds of the artists and making them switch and, you know, do negative content instead of what they really want to do from their hearts and their guts. How do we fight this industry? Because the industry is really what we're at war with.
So it's an excellent question, but it's really, really simple, right? If we look at other cultures, the other cultures have utilized the resources of America, right? They had an objective. I'm not saying any direct name, but if you watch the Asian community, right? They come in here and they get the resources and they get rich here and they build their own. They build a system to combat a system, right? So we have so many artists who have had this conversation about the industry. If you take the top 10, 20 artists and say, okay, we understand what's going on in this industry, right? We have our own platforms. We got millions of followers. We got millions of followers all over this world. We're going to create the counter structure to the industry, right? We're going to put artists on that have the messaging that we need. We're going to put together our own tours, right? right? Then you created something that is directly combating. You have to build a system to combat a system, right? So that's what it's going to take. It's going to take us unified, sitting down at real tables with people who have power that say that they want to change something, right? Like I get mad at Kanye, like, oh, they did this and they stopped me from, but you had $1 billion, Kanye. Why you didn't build that whole thing you was talking about? Why you didn't take 5 or 6 people and build what you were saying that they stopped you from doing? See, we keep talking about what they doing to us. We have all of the resources necessary to build our own system, to build our own industry with the artists and the same thing to combat it. Even if we don't get all of the followers, we can build something sustainable enough that it combats that is contrary to that. So if we're not building it, then they're gonna continue to do what they do. If we so caught up on the system and say, oh, you know what, man, the industry is stopping me from, no. Build your own industry. Build it like they built theirs. It's going to take longer, but it has to be done. Every empire has to fall, and somebody got to knock it down.
That's it. And that brings us back, and we wind it up. Give them a round of applause. Hold on, Marcus. For those of you who remember, what is the Trinity of Black Power? I want to see who's listening out here. And what's the last one? All right. Y'all heard it. We got to build self-determination, self-defense, and self-respect. I just came back from what was the former Black Wall Street, and there was an effort to defend that, by the way, that doesn't get talked about, right? So that whole question of building and protecting what we build needs to happen. This has been a powerful presentation in spite of its limitations. Give our presenters a round of applause. I know you wanted to jump in on Marcus, but we out of time.
No, I just wanted to say, we had to, since we're here to celebrate Amiri Baraka and also Gary, Indiana, and the Black Political Conference, I wanted to also acknowledge another piece of hip-hop history in Newark. Newark was the place that held the hip-hop political convention, which was a huge thing. That's right. Back in 2007, 2008. That's right. And it was an attempt to unify the culture under a political platform. It was a great attempt. I don't know where it went, but it was a piece of history, a piece of hip-hop political history in this city. So, and I wanted to acknowledge that. That's right. Thank you for that, Marcus. It's important to remind us of that. Thank you. Right? Where's my leader? Where's the great Ed? Ed's in the back. Ed, how many minutes are we going to have to transition to our next panel? I see some of our presenters here. I don't see all of them, but I see some of our presenters. The great Principal Kafele is right here. He's ready. Right? Bashir has been here. I saw the great Leah Owens come on in. Right? I think Celia's already here. Where you at, though? I saw you. There you go. Right? What are our orders? We got 10 minutes in between. What we doing?
And some background is in order that I absolutely want you to have, and I'm going to introduce you to our moderator who needs no introduction, but we're going to introduce him anyway, right? This is a special space, a special occasion, and a special day. Today is the anniversary of the birth of Amiri Baraka, our Imamu. Imamu is Swahili for the leader. No, he was modest about the use of that language and that title. Once upon a time, in this town, in some of our lifetimes, on the shoulders of Malcolm X and that bold call for black power in the form of self-determination, self-defense, and self-respect, under the leadership of the Imamu, in this town, we ran something called municipal apartheid, gangster municipal apartheid. We had that right here in Newark. We had to run that, in Bob Marley's language, we had to run them crazy bottleheads out of town. And it was some epic battles and some organizing of a different number of kinds, organizing around the ballot, organizing around community control of the institutions of our community, organizing around direction and content of our schools, and organizing around getting them gangsters out of City Hall. We did that under the leadership of the Imamu. But the Imamu, in his vision, understanding the value of the united front, Malcolm's language, the united strategy, right? First, before we had the National Black Political Convention, we had the Black and Puerto Rican Convention here in Newark. And that was the basis. Black and brown unity, y'all, that was the basis for running them bald heads out of City Hall, right? And that was an epic moment in this town's, in this history. But Amiri, understanding the pivotal moment that was in the black liberation movement at that time, said we need this on the national stage to galvanize this new access to the ballot that was the Voting Rights Act of '65, and it was still fresh then, right? And so he convened along with some others who became the National Black Political Convention. And with my opening remarks, that we did a modest libation, I lifted up 5 people. I lifted up 2 of our mortal queens who were there. The beloved Coretta Scott King, the widow of Martin Luther King, and the founder of the Martin Luther King Institute for Social Change. And I lifted up Dr. Betty Bahia Shabazz, the widow of Malcolm X, and the founder of the Malcolm X, Dr. Betty Shabazz Education Center. I lifted up Harry Belafonte, who well into his 90s was seeding organizations, and you just heard my sign from Until Freedom. Harry Belafonte helped those kids start that, right? I lifted up, today is also the birthday of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Cut loose a young man by the name of Malcolm X and gave us what we now know as the credible messenger formula that has us making this peace in the streets. I did not lift up self-critically, and I should have lifted up Mayor Richard Hatcher, who hosted our people back in 1972. Right? Give Mayor Richard Hatcher an ashe. 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 Right? Because that took nerve to do. Right? There's a lot of our folks were straight scared, but by virtue of the motion, the particular motion in terms of the revolutionary trend that was in the world at that time, and the motion of the movement at that time, mayors like Richard Hatcher had the nerve and the spine to step up and step out. So I wanted to acknowledge that. And just as we're acknowledging Ras all the time, our mayor here in Newark, I want to acknowledge my little brother Chokwe Antar Lumumba, the mayor of Jackson, Mississippi. Jackson is not Newark, and Mississippi is still Mississippi. And our people got some serious challenges in spite of our fight for self-determination that's going on in Jackson that merits some serious watching and some serious solidarity that makes this call for adapting the relevance of the united strategy and the united front that came out of Garrett to this particular transitional moment. Y'all hear me, right? Holla if you hear me now, all right? Black power. Build a united front. And the critical piece that we've been struggling with for decades is the control of our schools and the content of what our students are taught. And more often than not, we have had to do what we need to do to wake our people up in spaces outside of schools. We've got two presenters here from the MAPSO Freedom School who can give you a contemporary expression and example of what I'm talking about. But if you're in a community that's like 60, 70% looking like you should be able to determine the content of what goes on in those schools, in those classrooms, in those curriculum. And if you're in a state, did you know that you are in a state that has a law on the books called the Amistad Bill that says, that's what it says, that our history is supposed to be infused into all grades from K to 12. It's just on paper. But we have a responsibility, wherever we are in control of our institutions, to make those things happen. So with that, I want to thank the support that we have gotten from Newark Public Schools. Superintendent Roger Leon was here this morning, right? Principal Gerhardt, she's still here in the back. Been here the whole day, right? She could be off doing something else. Principal Gerhardt, raise your hand. Give her a round of applause. Appreciate the solidarity and the cooperation and the open doors and the open arms we've got from that arm of the public school system, but we got work to do. Now, I'm going to introduce you to a brother. He's a modest man. That's why I wanted to do it, right? He's a modest man, but this is his school base. We have folks here in this room who were his students and who were doing other things. Did you know, Bashir, that director, Keisha Uri, was one of Jonathan Austin's students? Did you know that? Right? I can't just claim her, right? Jonathan Austin can claim Keisha Uri and a whole lot of others over the years that he has taught. And he was just inducted into the National Debate Hall of Fame straight out of Newark, New Jersey. Right. Co-founder of All Politics Are Local. Welcome your moderator for our last and final panel, my little brother, Jonathan Austin. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If I had introduced myself, I would have just said, I'm the debate coach at Science Park High School in Newark, New Jersey. So thank you, man. Black education, the struggle to teach true history continues. That is the subject of our panel. Welcome to the education panel on the road to the Black Political Convention. My name is Jonathan Austin. I'm the debate coach at Science Park High School, and I'm your moderator for this afternoon. The Amiri Baraka poem, African World Revolution, told us meet once per week in order to solve the problems that we have in our community. He believed the power of organizing so that we could find solutions to our problems. We know the problems. But the beautiful thing about this panel is that everyone here has fought for and actually successfully implemented on some level solutions to the issues of Black education and our collective struggle to teach true history to our children. This is even more pressing issue when what we teach now is outlawed in many states. According to NBC News, there are 2 Florida counties that made a felony punishable by 5 years in prison if teachers do not remove books or cover up particular books about Black history in a classroom. And this is widespread. According to Harvard's law blog, Bill of Health, as of November 1st, 2022, 16 states have passed laws restricting the ability of educators to talk about race and racism in the curriculum. It is in this atmosphere that we are having this conversation, and it's real, right? I'm a debate coach. We travel around the country. There are schools where their coach is risking their livelihood to coach their kids to have debates that they need to have, right? We can teach things, they can't. So in that spirit, let me introduce our panelists. And as I said, I'm honored to be on this panel, to moderate this panel, because everyone here has had battles, struggles, fights to be able to, successful fights, right? To be able to teach, to deal with issues regarding black education, and actually to be able to teach true history. So the panelists, Principal Baruti Kafele, a highly regarded urban educator in New Jersey for over 20 years. Principal Baruti Kafele distinguished himself as a master teacher and a transformational school leader. As an elementary school teacher in East Orange, New Jersey, he was selected as the East Orange School District and Essex County Public Schools Teacher of the Year. He was a New Jersey State Teacher of the Year finalist and a recipient of the New Jersey Education Association Award of Excellence. As a middle and high school principal, Principal Kafele led turnout for 4 different New Jersey urban high schools, led turnarounds, right? Led turnaround for 4 different New Jersey urban schools, including, right down the street, the mighty Newark Tech, which went from a low-performing school in need of improvement to, and he set some seeds, right, to national recognition, which included U.S. News and World Report magazine recognizing it 3 times as one of America's best schools. That is and he's also one of the most sought-after school leadership and classroom equity presenters in America. Principal he coined the attitude gap. He has written many, many well-regarded books, including his most recent book, The Assistant Principal 50. This is Principal Baruti Kafele. We also have Celia Graham. She is a teacher in the South Orange Maplewood School District. She also teaches advocacy skills, survival skills, and history as a part of the MAPSO Freedom School. This is from the MAPSO Freedom School website. MAPSO Freedom School was co-created by a group of educators, parents, students, Columbia High School alumni, and concerned community members in response to the pervasive racial profiling Black students encounter within the community, district, and throughout all New Jersey schools. MAPSO offers programming for youth, student empowerment, programs centering on voice and anti-racist social justice, professional development, and community events for educators, parents, students, and the community at large. One of the things that when we talk about solutions for education, often it happens one volunteer, one advocate at a time. And that is the work of Celia Graham. I would also like to add MAPSO Schools, the co-founder is also here, and that is TJ Whitaker. More about him when we get to his biography, but I wanted to let you know that these solutions of when sometimes we have to do for ourselves, and that's what I believe MAPSO represents, and on the ground, the education and the change that we need is that most important. Bashir Akinyele is an amazing history teacher at Weequahic. Yes, Bashir, amazing history teacher at Weequahic High School. He has a history of over 30 years of activism, including the Newark Anti-Violence Coalition, where he helped lead weekly protests against community violence for over 5 years straight. Every week for 5 years straight, they held protests every week dealing with community violence in our community. He's also one of the founders of All Politics Are Local. Every week, again, doing the work that is necessary for, to bring communities together. He is also a frequent opinion writer in local media. He is he also has helped Newark Public Schools come into better compliance with the Amistad laws through working with the curriculum department. So that's what Bashir Akinyele has been doing. And it's an honor to even call him friend for over 30 years too, because we talked about that, and these relationships are often very important. Dr. Leah Owens, and I like saying that, Dr. Leah Owens is a writer, teacher, educator, and teacher-scholar activist who holds an anti-racist worldview as well as a commitment to equity, humanization, and the power of being. Serving as a high school English teacher in the Newark Public Schools, led Leah to become embedded in the community and fall in love with the city of Newark. She was inspired to take action in transforming the working conditions of teachers and the learning conditions of students to open the space for them to express their full human potential. Leah works as an adjunct professor at both Rutgers, Newark, and Essex County College, and co-directs Radical Pedagogy Institute, a professional learning community. She is a former member of the Newark Board of Education and serves as the chair of the Education Committee of the Newark branch of the NAACP. And finally, we have T.J. Whitaker, who is one of the founders of MAPSO Freedom School. He is a Zen Fellow, and he has been teaching in the South Orange Maplewood School District since 2002. He is an English language arts teacher, as well as a parent and Maplewood community resident. He is currently completing a doctoral dissertation at Rutgers University. He is a former moderator of the MLK Association at Columbia High School. Mr. Whitaker is the recipient of the Community Service Award in 2017 by the New Jersey chapter of the National Black MBA Association. The School Board of Maplewood South Orange has recognized Mr. Whitaker for his outstanding dedication to social justice and well-being for our students. Stating Columbia High School teacher, T.J. Whitaker has worked tirelessly to protect the rights and promote the welfare of our students in our community. Mr. Whitaker helped organize a Charlottesville teach-in and other educators from around New Jersey on September 9th, which provided teachers with ways to help their students process disturbing recent national events. And he does this all the time. He is constantly organizing on behalf of our children. Many have been following him for years, and that is the final member of our incredibly esteemed panel. We will have a series of rounds of questions because I want to get right into it. These are all people who have actually led solutions to the problems that we are and the issues that are important to us in education, the education of black youth, and black education. In our first round discussion, what I want each of you to do, and we will just simply go in order, right? What I want each of you to do is to talk about your biography in relation to you solving and having success in solving a problem dealing with black education and teaching our history. Part of what I envision this being is we all can learn from this. We have too many conferences where we just talk about problems, and today, right here, we have a series of problem solvers. So we will start from this end and go straight down, but again, in your biography, explain how you have helped solve a problem dealing with black education and our struggle to teach true history. Starting with you, Principal Kapele.
Thank you. In my biography, I'm thinking about two things. Number one, as a teacher in East Orange. After my 4th year of teaching, they saw fit to name me as the Teacher of the Year for the school, the district, the county, and New Jersey State finalists. But there's a reason for that. And the reason is because the students were achieving. But there's a reason that they were achieving. I understood just instinctively, in terms of just who I am and what I represent, that if learning was going to occur at a high level, then young people have to see themselves in the learning. I've been preaching that sermon now for almost 40 years. When they see themselves in the learning, then the learning becomes relevant. It's like we got the audience is here today. You've been here all day, I would assume. You stayed because the sessions, the panels were relevant. And if the panels were not relevant, then you would have walked out of here. So I said, how do I take mathematics, science, social studies, and language arts and put the children on the pages so that they see themselves and see the possibilities? So in doing so, students started achieving at high levels. So then later on, 10 years later, I become a principal. And I just want to focus on one school because I want to respect my colleagues here. Sojourner Truth Middle School in East Orange. I'm a rookie principal at the time, and I go to the superintendent, and I said, Doc, allow me, and here's the language I use, allow me to Africanize this public school. What do you mean, Kafele? I said the school is a magnet, the whole district was a magnet school, so we're the School of Science and Technology. I said, I need to add one more. I want to be the School of Science, Technology, and African-Centered Studies. He said, what does that entail? I said, well, on the one hand, I want to infuse, as I said in my classroom, African-centered studies, African-American history, etc., diaspora, into curriculum across subject areas, so it's interdisciplinary. But on the other hand, I want to have electives that focus on the history. So most of you in the room, I would think, are familiar with Brother Ato Bakari. So he was my social studies teacher, and he wrote the curriculum called Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization. So we teaching them about themselves going back to ancient times. Then I wrote the curriculum for African American History 1 and 2, and good sister who's a principal in Plainfield now, Dr. Deetria Smith, was the principal of those courses. So between those courses, the electives, and what we were doing, and then bringing in, like Dr. Jeffries was a regular in the building. Dr. Linworth Gunther was a regular in the building. And so many others, these are sister soldiers. I mean, I can just go on and on. So the culture, we shift the culture so the young people are not seeing themselves solely in the classroom. They seeing themselves from the time they walk into the building until the time they leave the building. So hence, as I'm going to close on this point, test scores rose in ways that no other school rose in East Orange because once again, the young people are seeing themselves in the learning. And I will say this, and then I promise I'm going to put this mic down. Until, as Bashir knows intimately, until the young people see themselves in the learning, we will only have pockets of success. The biggest secret for black people is the history of themselves. And when black children can walk into a classroom and answer the question, who am I, historically, game over.
Okay. Celia Graham.
So in my classroom, I try to think much of the same way. And I actually got to work with Principal Kafele a few years ago where I work in Maplewood. So as a language arts teacher by day, similarly, whose voices are we hearing, whose voices are we not hearing, analyzing text in that way, making sure that our students are feeling seen, heard, and learning about that we're not a monolith, right? Like there are all kinds of different people in our experiences. But being a relatively newer organizer, also making sure that I'm learning and in community with other organizers like TJ Whitaker, like Principal Kafele, and studying, going to grad school, reading. So in my work with Maps of Freedom School, as I'm learning this stuff, we make space for our students to learn what they're maybe not learning in classrooms. We're making space for them to learn about their history, to think about who am I, making space for them to think about what can we do moving forward. And one more thing that I do too, at Montclair State University, where I graduated from an undergrad and grad school, we also help mentor through the Holmes program. We mentor teacher ed students of color. We make sure that there is space for future educators to feel comfortable with who they are and feel comfortable with teaching youth about their true history. So I'll keep it brief and I'll pass it on.
Okay, that's what's up. Wow. You know, I'm a school teacher, classroom teacher, you know, so I got a model, all right? We're going to model a little bit. I come from African culture, black culture. So when I begin my class, and my VP is here from Weequahic High School, give Miss Headley Ashebeom a strong round of applause. She in the audience. She knows how I start my class, all the way in the back. Hotep, she knows how I start my class. So I begin my attention getting not with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, clap one time if you can hear me. I wanted to make sure that our culture was included in the teaching and learning process. So I begin my class with Hotep. So say Hotep one time if you can hear me, y'all.
Hotep.
Hotep. Hotep.
Hotep.
Hotep. Hotep, brothers and sisters. Give yourselves a strong round of applause. This is how I do my class. This is how Miss Headley can bear witness to that. Miss Headley actually can bear witness to that. She did my evaluations. she can bear witness to that. So, you know, this is how we start our class at Weequahic High School in our Black Studies history classes. And I got to give a big shout out to Mayor Baraka. He established the Black Studies class, the Africana Studies class at Weequahic High School. Let's give Mayor Baraka a strong round of applause, brothers and sisters. He asked me to teach the class, and he got me the books. All right, Malife Kite Asante's book, African American History, A Journey of Liberation, that some folk, even in this district, don't like. All right? They don't like that book. They want to push another kind of book, you know. But that's one of the books that I use in my class. I use a bunch of other DBQs and other resources that I use. But culture is always at the center of my class. When you walk into my classroom, it's very African-centric. Very African-centric, all right? And it's inviting and it's warm, but culture is at the center of it, brothers and sisters. So my name, again, is Brother Bashir Muhammad Patel Akinyele. I'm a history, Black Studies teacher at Weequahic High School. Weequahic, but you from Newark, you say Weequahic, all right? We don't say Weequahic, all right? We say Weequahic, all right? Just like we say Newark, one word, not Newark, all right? So I'm from Weequahic High School, I live in Newark, I work in Newark. And I just wanted to say, I don't want to put the record straight right now. Brother Baruti said they must see themselves, right? They must have models of success in order for us to build, to continue building, rebuilding ourselves, rebuilding our communities, establishing institutions in our communities that's about liberation. So, brothers and sisters, because for a while in our English classes, they're not taught that meduneta, which is the African word, the African Kemetic word for what? Hieroglyphics, right? Right? Since that's not taught in the English class, right? That's the basis of the world's written language. We teach that at Weequahic High School, all right? Since in science class, since folk don't want to begin by saying, they don't want to start their classes by saying that, by teaching the facts that Africa is the birthplace of humanity, right? Civilization, religion. Since they don't want to teach, we teach that in our Black Studies classes at Weequahic High School, right? And since in mathematics classes, folk don't want to teach the African origin of what? Mathematics. And you know, we have some master teachers here. I know if I mispronounce the word, I know Dr. Akil Karfine is going to correct me. But you know, you got to begin with the Shango bone, right? You got to begin with that, right? You got to begin with the mathematics found in ancient Kemet. And I was there. I saw with my own eyes the algebra and geometry, calculations on the walls of ancient Kemet. It's there, brothers and sisters. We bring all that into the classroom. We bring all of that knowledge in the classroom. So when the students see that, they're inspired. They want to read. They want to do mathematics. See, they want to master science, all right? And so This is why, and I got my con right here. We got to give Dr. Leah Owens a strong round of applause. She was out there in the front lines fighting for Amistad. Fighting for Amistad. When we started Newark Anti-Violence Coalition, Baba Zaid, we said one of our demands is going to be the Amistad. We're going to make sure that the Newark public schools adhere to the Amistad because all students, particularly our people, our young people, but all students need to know the great contributions black people made to human history, brothers and sisters. We all need to know that. They all need to know that, especially black people, all right? And once they begin to know that, self-esteem goes up. Violent tendencies go down. Test scores go up, right? Pride goes up. See what I'm saying? They understand the science behind education. They say, God damn it, I'm going to get this paper, and I'm going to go to college or trade school, whatever I'm going to do, I'm going to be successful at that, all right? So this sister right here, and I'm going to pass the mic to her right now. This sister was on the front line fighting those battles, man. And big shout out to Roberto Cabanas. He passed away, but he was out there with us on those front lines. Ibaye Ashe to Roberto Cabanas. He was out there fighting for Amistad. That's my piece. Hotep.
Dr. Leah Owens.
Peace, everybody. I'd like all of the women in the room to repeat after me. My eyes are beautiful. My skin color is a wonderful shade of brown. I love and respect myself. I deserve love and respect, sorry. And I love myself. So all of the panelists have alluded to or given particular practices. So that was one practice that I use in my classroom at Central High School, where the ninth graders, the freshmen, were divided by sex. And so I had classes full of black girls. So it was like I was looking in 25, 30 mirrors all during the day. And so when it was time, when they were doing some sort of activity, working in groups, and it was time to bring their attention back, I would say, my eyes are beautiful, and they would repeat the other 3 lines. So that is an affirmation that I included in my teaching practice because I recognized who I was and who I was standing in front of, right? And so this is what we're talking about, being intentional of the way that we're educating our children. Another example that I thought of in terms of the question, right, how does my practices intertwine with my biography? So I said in my intro, right, that I fell in love with the city of Newark, so I can't claim that I was born and raised here like so many folks on the stage that I love and respect. But when I do talk about myself, I say I'm not from Newark, but I'm of Newark. Here is where I developed my political consciousness. Here is where I gained that understanding of who I am, because where I'm from and just in terms of my family, I didn't get that strong foundation. So I'm so appreciative of Newark as a place and of the people that I've come to grow and love in all these years that I've been here. And so in those first few years of my teaching, I started teaching at Barringer High School. And I, again, not knowing the history, not being from Newark, I didn't really understand fully what was occurring, but I knew something wasn't right. I knew something was wrong with what was happening in the school, the way that generally we were treating students, how students were not showing a lot of academic success. Of course, there's always the ones that are, but overall, it wasn't enough. And so I started to become involved in an organization called the Abbott Leadership Institute of Rutgers, Newark. And so the Institute, under leadership of Junius Williams, and then passed on to Aklina Berryman, Saturday classes, we learned about the history of not just education, but of Newark, right? And so all of the context around education, absolutely. And so I remember sitting in Paul Robeson and watching this presentation by Mr. Williams about Chicago and what was happening in education reform there at that time. And literally my eyes, I mean, they already get big, but they were just really popping because I was like, that's it. What's happening there? I didn't have the language at the time, but the gentrification, the anti-Black racism, redlining, all of that history I didn't have until I started to attend those courses and then eventually moved on in graduate school. But I brought that back into my classroom, right? So when I learned about Amiri Baraka being a high school English teacher, I was just, first of all, I was pretty much given no curriculum, which has positive and negatives, right? So the negative, if you're a new teacher, then you're really flopping around because you don't know what you're doing. And all you have is this Prentice Hall textbook, very stale, right? And not, again, not reflecting the students that are actually in front of you. But the positive side of it is you can kind of do whatever you want to do. So that's when I realized I need to do what's right for the children that are in front of me, right? So put this Prentice Hall textbook aside, and I created readers of my own. So when I learned about the living legend, right, at that time of Amiri Baraka, I'm like, how do the students in front of me not even know who Amiri Baraka is? So he was center to a poetry unit I created. And I taught mostly juniors, and at the junior level, that's American literature. And so, again, setting the textbook aside, I created a unit called the Black Experience. And so that was all about African-American history. And then again, because I was teaching at Barringer, I created another unit called the 51st State. What is the 51st State? Puerto Rico, there you go, right? Because those were the students who were in front of me. I didn't have that knowledge. I didn't know who these writers were until I took it upon myself to go out and do that research and put together this curriculum, again, for my students, because that's who we are here for as educators. So all of that, I feel the practices that I employed in my classroom really embody my own development, my own political development, my own cultural development, and it continues to this day. And I have the privilege to teach future English teachers at Rutgers Newark, and sure you realize I bring all of this into that classroom as well, so they have that exposure and they don't have to kind of figure out as much as I had to when I was a beginning teacher. So I'll pass the mic. Thank you.
And Mr. Whitaker, when you're giving this biography and talking about solutions, could you include in that how MAPSO was founded?
Actually, I'll start with that. So yeah, MAPSO Freedom School, and shout out to my colleague, Celia Graham. We started back in 2016 on the heels of a police brutality incident in South Orange, Maplewood. There were about 40 black students who had attended a local fireworks exhibit. They were walking down Valley Street on their way home from the fireworks exhibit. So this is afterwards, about 9:30, 10 o'clock. The police literally stopped them at Valley and Parker Street, and they decide that those 40 some odd black students don't live in Maplewood. And they literally at 10 o'clock at night heard them through the dark streets of Maplewood to the Irvington border. When they get to the border of Irvington and Maplewood, they literally attack the students, right? We had video, and so at the time, about a day or so later, I hear about it from my daughter. We start doing an investigation. We worked with the students for an entire year because the town officials were in denial, the police department was in denial, the school officials were in denial, and so we worked with those students in a lesson of protracted struggle. Right? We told them this wasn't going to happen overnight, but we are going to be victorious. So we wrote letters, we had demonstrations, we marched, we sent letters to the newspaper. Almost about a year later, the state of New Jersey, the Supreme Court, passed a ruling that citizens had access. Citizens who were victims of police brutality could have access to the video, right? And that's where all hell broke loose, because they then had to release the video that we were demanding for the past 10 months. The public street cameras, the police dashboard cams, all of that. Myself and one of the local newspapers were the only two people who had filed an Oprah request for that information. So we were the only two who got access to the audio and the video. And when we got that access, you literally heard policemen on their dashboard cams cursing out students, daring them to step into the street. I'm going to F you up. You can hear the voices of our children. Officer, I live on that street right there. No, you don't. Shut the hell up. You're going to Irvington. That's what happened. When they got to the Irvington border, as I said, They actually attacked the students. One student's parent was brave enough to sue. They eventually won their case, right? The police and the township had to settle, but we embarrassed the hell out of South Orange Maplewood. And that's how our group of teachers started Mapsville Freedom School. After that group, we came together. We're officially a 501c3. So we are, again, we work with the school district, but we are an independent group. And so we're not, beholden to this South Orange Maplewood politics, et cetera. But when I talk about my biography and how it infuses my teaching, like, that's it. In college, as a college student, I was with Baba Zaid. We were doing work around Dhoruba bin Wahad, right? 19-year political prisoner for the Black Panther Party, who had just been released and was in danger of being sent back to prison. We were doing work around Bashir Hamid. We were doing work around Herman Bell, Noah Washington. These were former Black Panthers who were in prison for 20, 30, 40 years. So as a college student, when I'm doing work to bring these brothers home, and then a few years later become a teacher, that's the work that infused my teaching, right? So in my first 2 years, when I wasn't even teaching public school, I'm at Seton Hall Prep, right, up in West Orange. Those students were reading the autobiography of Assata Shakur. Those students were reading Death Blossoms by Mumia Abu-Jamal, right? And so when we fast forward, because Mr. Whitaker's old now, 20 or 30 years, right, and we're still teaching Look for Me in the Whirlwind, right, the autobiography, right, of the Panther 21. And so in my biography, it mentioned that I was a Zen Education Fellow, and I'll end with this one, a Zen Education Fellow. But last year, using the book Look for Me in the Whirlwind, we did a Teaching the Black Lives Struggle class where we literally had primary sources, Jamal Joseph, Baba Sekou Odinga, right, Dhoruba bin Wahad, right, and newly freed political prisoner Sundiata Acoli. They were all on the call. Students got to literally see and hear from primary sources about our history, all right? Really quickly, the last couple of years, one of the latest activities that we've included is the Model Gary Student Convention. So again, Baba Amiri Baraka, right, he was the co-founder of the convention itself. But for the last 2 years, with the brainchild of Dr. Kelly Harris, we've been pulling together students from around the state of New Jersey to have a student convention in the same way that they did back in '72. All power to the people.
We are going to our second round where I'm just asking individual questions to the panelists. The third round, they're going to ask questions to each other, and then we'll open it up based on all of the discourse. The first question goes to Principal Kafele. It seems like a safe assumption of really all the panelists based on your story that anti-blackness is so pervasive unless you are aggressive. Like, unless you are aggressive with white supremacy, you're going to be white supremacy, right? So it seems like that is the assumption that undergirded everybody's story here in terms of how to be successful, right? Like it seemed like there was levels of, like, in the atmosphere, violence against black students that is just a part of being an American. And it seems like your efforts were efforts to recognize that and make hits against that, right? So, Principal Kafele, you train principals, vice principals, administrators, right? And whether it's a suburban district or an urban district, I mean, there are problems that we're going to have, right? There are problems of anti-blackness that are there. What advice do you give to an administrator to have these conversations, to confront anti-blackness in administration, teaching, so that positive change can take place? And I ask this in the context of even having, conversations with administrators or teachers who are literally scared to start having conversations. They don't want to be labeled as that person. They don't want to hurt somebody's feelings. Like, we know all the gamut. We've all had these conversations. We've all been there. What advice do you give to a new administrator, old, young? Like, what advice do you give to administrators to have those conversations, and particularly when they are not in the superior power in the school, like when they're AP or administrators?
Yeah. Let me ask a question first. Is the principal of this school still here? Yeah, I thought she may have moved us. Okay, all right, she's not here. I was hoping she was here. Yeah, just because it's one of my principal colleagues. Your vice principal, weak way. Yeah, the first place, anti-blackness is normal in American schools, right? So if one is operating in a state of anti-blackness, one probably doesn't even know that, right? Because it is normal. It is the norm. This is what we do. So when you call someone to task, in a lot of cases they're going to challenge that because in their mind, I'm not being that, or the system is not that. So before I can train somebody about being anti anything, I first got a call to question that this is something that you're engaging in, right? So your school, classrooms within the school, based on the data that I see, based on the evidence that I have, this institution is anti-black, right? So a lot of people are not going to want to hear that. It's difficult to swallow. So, but first that has to be called to attention that this is what it is. So now I can't teach you how to be anti-black until you recognize this is who you are, right? And yeah, so in coming to that realization, that's going to take some time, because what it does, it literally compromises one's values. So I'm bringing certain values to my work every day, not knowing that I'm a racist in the process, right? So those tough conversations, and quite frankly, those are not conversations that a whole lot of people are going to hire me to have, right? But those are the conversations that are necessary, because if those conversations don't occur, then the status quo will be the norm, right? But if, on the other hand, I'm in a place that is open to have honest conversation, then we can have it. Let me give you this example, since I'm here in Jersey today, and I'm gonna name the district. Your question was the topic of a workshop that I was doing for Union, the Union School District here in Union, New Jersey. I asked the superintendent, are they ready for this conversation? Because this is a difficult conversation when you're talking about a predominantly white staff. So the superintendent said, well, they better be ready. I said, but that's not what I asked you. Are they ready? It's going to be 1,000 people in the auditorium. Are they ready for this conversation? They weren't ready. So as I was delivering this message that addresses what you asked me, there was a gentleman, white gentleman, sitting on the right-hand side of the auditorium, and he started heckling me. So as he heckled me, about the third time he heckled me, as if I was doing stand-up comedy, I said, time out. If you're gonna heckle me, let me ask you what your name is so we can have a dialogue. So his response to me, he took his hand and he said, my name is Martin Luther King Jr. He didn't know that the week before I was at the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham. That's like one of my places of pilgrimage, that and the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma. So I had that in me when he said that. I hope when I said 16th Street Baptist, everybody in the room connected with me. I don't have to teach in here. Like some places I got to tell them like what that means. All right. So I ain't supposed to be lecturing. I'm going to hurry up and give you this mic. So they put him on timeout, but they brought him back. The high school staff and the middle school staff got up and walked out them doors. They just walked out. One teacher, white woman, came up to the stage and said to me, "You have disrespected this entire district." Now I'm sharing this with you for this reason, because of what you asked me. They couldn't hear me. They couldn't hear that message because here's the invitation. Principal Kafele, we are having issues between our teaching staff, which is predominantly white in terms of relationships, and these black students in union. We're having conflict, we're having issues, we're having challenges between those two parties. We need you to come in and give us some strategy. So that staff couldn't hear that. So they're not willing to have that conversation, Jonathan, because in their mind, they're not the problem, right? So I'm gonna say this to you, just to give you an answer. If I'm in leadership and I got black children in my school, right, black or brown, but I think in this case we're talking black, right? Well, if I'm not willing to have the conversation, if I'm not willing to have the conversation with the teachers that I lead, then here's my position. You're not worthy of that principalship, right? You're not worthy. You need to vacate it, because there's no way in the world we're going to make those connections with black children in a classroom if we're not having the right conversation at the adult level, at the teacher level, at the administration level. Those conversations have to be ongoing, but we got to have the audacity to have them, right? So it's layered, Jonathan, because there's too many people across the country that's not willing to have the conversation.
And essentially what I got as a charge, is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you basically said, if you are an administrator and you know there's a problem and you don't do something like specifically, don't do something about it, you should be there.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't be there.
Shouldn't be there.
That's my position. It's on camera. If you don't have the courage to engage staff in the necessary uncomfortable conversations, then this job's not for you. You need to vacate it so that we can have the right person that's got the spine, the backbone, the courage, the audacity to engage staff in the right conversation.
And to be clear, you're not just talking about principals. You're talking about...
I'm talking about anybody in the building.
Right, okay.
Right? Anybody in the building. Because, I mean, it's 2023, y'all, and we having the same conversation that they had in 1972. It ain't changed. We talking about the same gaps in achievement. We talking about the same incompetence in classrooms and buildings. We talking about the same racist curriculum. Ain't nothing changed. But we still asking the same questions. And that's why I'm gonna give you this mic, Sister Graham. That's why I can look in my mirror every day and feel proud of the fact that I was the man as an educator, as a principal and a teacher that I was. I didn't compromise. I didn't back down. And I don't fear nobody.
For Celia Graham, I have a question that's actually very similar, right? We had talked on the show on All Politics Are Local yesterday. And what advice do you have for other young teachers working in predominantly white or suburban districts to help them navigate the documented and historic anti-blackness? How can MAPSO be a model? And the context of that question is that, and we've been reading about this for years, right? Like Montclair is segregated within the school. So it's an integrated school, but white kids, or really not a lot of black kids in the APs at the top tiers. Black kids would be in the lower tiers, right? That's true of Maplewood, South Orange. This has been studied, it's been put in the New York Times. You live it, you see it. Given that is the context in which we do work, what advice do you have for other young teachers who are within that particular situation?
Find yourself and find community. Some of which we've talked a lot about already, and we heard on some of the other panels. You need to know who you are. You need to find love in who you are. And I think like the mantra that Dr. Owen shared before was so powerful, because if you don't understand your blackness and the power of your blackness and the beautifulness of your blackness, it's going to be hard to fight for that in the schools. So you need to find yourself. You need to study. And you need to find community. You need to find other people like you who care like you. And power and unity, right? We heard that before. That's so important, because given the fact that there are so few black educators, black and brown educators, but particularly black educators, black male educators, there are so few, and that can be scary, especially if you're a new educator and you might know that you want to fight, but you need to keep your livelihood. You need to make money. You need to survive. You need to put food on the table. So how do you do that work if you're by yourself? It's going to be really hard if you're scared. You need to find community. So there are different avenues for that within teachers' unions, within community organizations, within just in your school, even if it's not an official organization, right? You need to find community. So with MAPSO Freedom School, some of the things that we get to do are help each other and help our youth and hopefully future educators find themselves and find each other. We learn so much from each other. We study so much. We study the history of our people. We learn, again, we hold each other accountable. And we, even when we hold spaces for our youth, we engage in the same tasks that we're asking the kids to do, we engage in that too. And I remember, I think it was 2 years ago in one of our Saturday Freedom School classes, we did like an I am poem kind of activity. And we did the same thing. We had to discover, who are we as people? We had to really sit there and think, who are we? What were our experiences? What are we bringing here? And who are we in community with? Who are we here with each other? So that's one thing, again, finding yourself and finding community and finding other people like you that you can learn from, that you can grow with, that you can make changes with, so that not only are you speaking about it, not only are you doing things in your own classroom, but you're also helping to institute policy. We're showing up at board meetings. We are doing professional development workshops with other educators. We are fighting for things to be on the books and trying to hold each other and others accountable for what they need to be doing in the classrooms, in the school spaces.
Well, thank you. And basically what I'm yes. And basically what I've gotten from both of you is that if you are a teacher and you are conscious, you are going to have to fight and take risks. That, like, either you are pushing against white supremacy or you are aiding it, and there's not a middle ground.
Correct.
And community becomes, and that the addition is community, right? Finding other people. That is essential to this work. And so thank you. At the end, I just want to always just summarize, but we have a question for you, Bashir Akiniele.
What's the question, Brother John?
Question for you.
You know, my students call me Brother A. They don't call me Mr. Akiniele.
Okay, brother, because we've known each other for 30 years, so
right.
Like you are my brother, right?
Absolutely.
So for you, and I thought about this question for you, right? I thought about this question specifically for you. You have been through a lot.
Absolutely,
right?
brother.
And you have had, like, I think the number is close to 40 of your former students.
It's over 50 now.
Wow.
Over 50 students have
been
murdered in the city of Newark.
Right.
Yes.
You have also been out there, right? Like, as in you have been involved in organization after
Right.
organization, right? Multiple. Newark Anti-Violence Coalition, we ran through the whole thing in the Bible, right? That 200-week straight, and that was just a part of it. But you are constantly out there. You have a family. You raise wonderful children who have had the honor to teach some of them, right?
Absolutely.
Like, you have been doing all of this that is high stress,
Right.
emotionally dangerous,
Yes.
right? So the question I have for you, because we've established with the first two speakers, that if you're black and in education, you're going to have to fight. Right? Like, you're either going to have to push against white supremacy or be a part of it.
Right.
So that fight is a constant. You have demonstrated with your life that that fight is sustained. You've been doing this since I've known you for 30 years, right? How do you prioritize self-care?
Wow.
What advice would you give
Right.
to younger educators, to older educators? How do you maintain your spirituality? How do you maintain yourself? How do you not get consumed in the emotional violence and in that case, even the physical violence that can surround us as educators?
Absolutely. Brothers and sisters, as a conscious educator, right, an African-centered conscious educator, you have to bang. You bang against white supremacy. You bang against it every day, all day, And, when I say Hotep, I know some of my colleagues even look at me like, what is he talking about? All right? And Hotep is, I got to teach just a little bit. Hotep is an ancient African, Kemetic, Egyptian, Medu-Neter word that means peace. Some scholars say it's the oldest written piece in human history. Written peace. Written word for peace, brothers and sisters. All right? And because of the pervasiveness of white supremacy, right? White supremacy is all in the school system. When we matriculate through these schools, we're so removed from our culture. So, when we say Hotep, we looking like at one another like we crazy. And I'm not talking about the students. I'm talking about the goddamn principals and the vice principals. They looking at us like, what is he talking about? Or when I mentioned about, teaching about Medu-Neter as the basis, it is the foundation of the written language, the world's written language. And there are mainstream articles and newspapers. I have one, I made some notes, So there's an article that you can actually read about this. It's in Ansley Hawthorne's article in the CBS News called A is for Ox, How the Latin Alphabet is Descended from Egyptian Hieroglyphics. I put that out there for some folk, English teachers to read. Some of the district's history department head, nothing, all right? They're like, what is this little Hotep brother talking about? I was going to use another word. What the hell is he talking about, right? Or when I'm approaching about humanity beginning in Africa, or talking about civilization beginning in Africa, or religion starting in Africa, the concepts of religion starting in Africa from a historical, factual, scientific approach to that, folk definitely come attack you, John.
Right.
Those evaluations, well, I didn't see him he didn't do thumbs up enough. Thumbs down, I didn't see that, all right? Oh, they weaponized the evaluation tool. I don't like that Hotep nigga. I'm sorry, I don't like the Hotep brother. So I'm gonna give him a partially effective rating or ineffective rating, right?
And to be clear, this is all stuff that you have actually experienced.
Absolutely, that I've experienced. And I went on and continued on banging against white supremacy in the classroom, still having to cross my T's and dot my I's and do the thumbs up and thumbs down enough for them, right? To make sure I have enough, I have rigorous assignments, so I have to find rigorous DBQs that reflect our history, right? I got to do all these things, so I can navigate through those evaluations, right? And they've taken this toll. They've taken this toll on me, all right? And I really don't know, John, how I'm still here, brothers and sisters, seriously. I mean, coming in the class talking about Hotep, and you teaching Africa is the birthplace of humanity and civilization, and I'm working with colleagues who've been mentally, whitewashed, all right? Whitewashed, Europeanized, in these colleges and universities, even on, let me go back, all the way from preschool all the way through college. And when they get their masters and their principal certifications, because they've been whitewashed, they can't even see this stuff. They don't see the value in it at all. So, I have to remain vigilant, right? I have to think back to the ancestors like Amar Cabral, right? Who said, culture is a weapon in the face of our enemy. I had to reflect on ancestors like Dr. John Henry Clark, right? I had to reflect on ancestors like Dr. Ben and Dr. Chancellor Williams and W.E.B. Du Bois, Shashi McIntyre. So many of our ancestors, they were warrior scholars, fought the system, man, every day, all day. I get emotional talking about this stuff. They fought it to the day, till the casket dropped. So if they can do it, God damn it, I can do it. And I'm going to continue to do it, continue to bang against white supremacy. So when I go home, yes, I center myself and, drink my tea, right? My green tea, and, I'm ashaying, right? Right? But I'm reflecting on those ancestors. I'm reflecting on those who fought, had the courage. Brody said, courage, had the courage. Dr. Clark challenged the academy in 1970, man. He challenged it. He walked out of it. He took scholars with him and said, no, we are going to find what African history, what history in general really is about. That's what he did. That's what the brother did, man. And he did it all the way until the casket dropped. Ashe to Dr. Clark. Ibaye ashe to Dr. Clark. Ibaye ashe to that brother. Dynamic brother. We got examples of so many ancestors that we can reflect on, that I reflect on to keep myself grounded. All right? Until the casket drop. Until when, if I'm some of my students, I'm gonna tell you something about the students that and Miss Headley she can bear with us to this. They say Hotep on their own now. I hear them, Hotep, but we need Hotep, brother. Can't do that, Hotep. Oh, come on, we need some peace, right? I walk in the building, Hotep, black power, power to the people. That's the greetings, because consistently I've been at Weekway High School for over 21 years, laying the groundwork for culture, for pride, banging against anti-blackness, banging against white supremacy, banging against racism, day in, day out, mostly, and the opposition been folk who look like us.
Right. Multicultural anti-blackness.
Yes. You would think somebody, hey, I understand what you're trying to do, Brother Bashir. I understand what you're trying to do. No, because inside, whitewashed. Whitewashed, they think it's normal. They don't look at anything. They don't look at it from a black perspective. That's what's going on in these schools. That's why, and I'm going to end on this note, that's why when people matriculate to American or westernized schools, whiteness is extolled. Whiteness. Blackness is put down, right? Blackness is degraded, right? There's no, when we say Black Lives Matter, no, Black lives don't matter. So when folk of every culture, every race matriculate, this is what's happening, all right? This is why teaching black studies, Africana studies, is so important, not just to black folk, but to the whole human family, brothers and sisters. Hotep, peace.
And to be clear, you really just talked about in terms of how do you cope. You were like, you've earned the right to give yourself unconditional self-love. Like when you go home, like with your green tea, right? It seems like what you're talking about is like you do physical things to relax. You do physical things to de-stress, right?
Yes, I like to do long walks. Literally, my brother Dashawn is here. Sometimes I call on him. I say, brother, let's go for a walk in the park. Oh, by the way, big shout out to ASCAT, the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations. All right, it's a black studies organization that was set up by Dr. Clark, but and Dr. Ben and Dr. Jeffries and Dr. Jacob Crothers, Dr. Karinga, And I forgot my sister who teaches Meduneta, Dr. Rikiti Amin. Can't forget the queens, the goddesses. But that's what I do. Go for those walks in the park, you know. But big shout out to ASCAT. Dashawn and I head up ASCAT in the city of Newark. But I do go those walks, bro. And I got an amazing wife, man, Natasha. Big shout out to my wife, Natasha Akinyele. She put up with a lot of my stuff. Woo! I thank God for it, man. We've going on 27. We just celebrated 26 years of marriage. 30 years we've been together. 26 years of marriage, 3 boys, and a nephew we raised. So we got 4 boys. And she's been the rock in my family. So that's one way I'm able to cope with these oppressors, these colonizers in the classroom, in these schools, because of the support of my wife. Big shout out to you, Natasha Akinyele. Love you to death. Love you.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Owens, I was going to ask you a question about unions and union organizing, but you talked about segregation, right? And I know we talked very briefly about that, and I'm sensing you just nod. I'm sensing that you prefer that question, right? All right, so this is very similar, right, to the questions that like white supremacy everywhere. And I think that the question of segregation isn't, and the way that you're thinking about it based on past conversations, isn't just about segregation as in school districts, right? You're talking about the within schools that happens in suburban districts. You're talking about the within schools that happen in urban districts. You're talking about the issue of actual physical segregation that takes place. What is it that we need to know about that you have found in what you do, what you work, right? What does segregation mean in that, because we have a 1954 context of segregation. You think segregation, we think Brown versus Board of Education, right? But it was very clear when you were talking about segregation that is not what you were talking about. That you have, that there are experiences that you've had, right? There are things that you've seen, stuff that you've worked in, that you are like, hey, give me this question about segregation. So, you got that question about segregation. What is it? How have you been able to actually tackle it?
Yeah, thank you. So, Audre Lorde told us that we cannot dismantle the master's house with the master's tools, right? The educational system here in this country, but certainly we can speak to other places around the world as well, but it's built exactly the way that it is supposed to work. There is nothing wrong when you think about our public educational system. Well, educational system, because the private schools and the elite schools, they play their role as well in excluding and making sure that certain students have access to power and other students do not, right? And the other students, namely being Black students, being students living in poverty, don't have that access to power. And we have seen over history that the bar constantly gets moved. So anytime any group makes some sort of progress, the bar is moved up, the bar is moved right, the bar is moved left, the bar is just moved. It's disappeared, they changed the color of it, whatever the sense is, because the system is built a certain way for a certain reason, and that's to continue to oppress particularly Black folks. So not just 1954 that we need to be aware of, we need to be aware of 2023. We need to be aware of October 6, 2023, because yesterday, one of our judges in the state of New Jersey just filed a decision around a court case about school segregation here in New Jersey. So segregation was not just occurring in the South. It was occurring just as much here in the North. Racism was just as pervasive in the northern part of this country as it was in the South. And so in New Jersey, we can look at the history of all the laws that have been on the books. We've actually had anti-segregation laws on the books even before Plessy, right, which was decided in 1896. So we have all of this in writing. It was mentioned about Amistad, right, which was first enacted, I believe, in 2001, I want to say, 2002. it was enacted that says that schools are required to infuse Black history. That's been on the books over 20 years and actually was reenacted just a couple of years ago, made a couple of tweaks around the administrative aspects of the Amistad Commission. And then other commissions have been created in the last couple of years as well. Other curriculums are now being mandated to be taught. And we're seeing that a lot of resources, a lot of power is being put behind them when we've had, Amistad has been the template, as Black people have always been the template of what should be occurring. And so the judge decided yesterday, Latino Action Network Foundation, State Conference of the New Jersey NAACP, Latino Coalition, Urban League of Essex County, Greater Methodist Church, I'm getting that exact name wrong, and then about 10 different families from across the state sued the state saying that it was upholding segregation in the public school system. And the judge decided yesterday that there wasn't enough facts presented to be able to rule for either side. So we have all of this information clearly, not even just to your point, John, about the difference between what schools look like in urban districts like Newark or a suburban district like Montclair, but even inside of our urban districts, we see segregation. When I served on the Newark Board of Education, I chaired the Program and Instruction Committee, and at this time we were under the regime of Chris Cerf, and when I was on the board. And so there was all this conversation about, oh, we need a new enrollment system, everything around the protocols and the system, right? The master system that needs to be tweaked, and that's how we're actually gonna improve education for children across Newark, and again, Black children in particular. No, we need to actually put our emphasis on the curriculum and the values and the beliefs that teachers are bringing into classrooms every day. But this is what they were pushing. So we know what our schools look like in this city. So again, not even just internally, but when you go from one ward to the next, when you're in a comprehensive versus being in a magnet. And so right here at this school, and Jonathan knows, Mr. Austin knows, as he pushed a very radical, as they would see it, proposal about what to do to get more Black boys in particular enrolled in this school, Science Park High School. So we knew there was segregation occurring. But we in that committee took the time to take their information, right, to take their quote-unquote tools around enrollment and do the math. And when we did the math and we broke down where students were coming from in terms of their zip codes, we saw that over half the students that were enrolled in this high school came from 2 zip codes in this city. And this is a magnet school that should be reflecting, any magnet school should be reflecting the overall composition of a district. So 07105, where is that zip code? The Ironbound. And the lower half of 07, the North Ward. I want to say 07104, but I feel like there's another number there. But the lower half of the North Ward. So not even too far from this school itself. Over half of the students. How does that occur? Absolutely. Right? And then when we looked at University High School, one of the other magnets in our district, majority of students were coming from the South Ward, the West Ward, and the Central Ward, which are the majority Black wards in this city. So even when we talk about this idea of quote-unquote educational opportunity, we see, even in 2023, that these opportunities are not afforded equally. And so I absolutely have to take this chance, and I meant to bring the book because I want to display it everywhere. But a book recently published by Dr. Lauren Wells is entitled, There Are No Deficits Here, Disrupting, thank you, there it is, Disrupting Anti-Blackness in Education. And so Dr. Wells is an awesome educator. She has an actual teaching background, and she served in many leadership positions in the city of Newark, has worked with our district, has worked with individual schools. If anyone remembers the Global Village School Zone initiative when the mayor was a principal at Central High, she was a very important aspect of that being put together. And so she writes about that initiative in her book, and she also, and her team, was the team that actually investigated what was occurring at Global Studies High School just this past school year, and put together apparently a damning report about the anti-blackness that's running rampant in this district, but represented in that one school. And our superintendent, Roger Leon, is not releasing that entire report. The board and the superintendent has released a few recommendations, but we need to see all of that information, right? We already know what's occurring, but we need to see all of that information. So to the point and what I started off with, right, we cannot dismantle the master's house with the master's tools. But if we take the master's tools of policy and law and we talk about it and why we have to make sure that we are teaching Black history in our schools, then it will help to empower so many more of our young people to stand up and make sure that the change that needs to occur in our schools happens. Because without that historical perspective, without that knowledge of what white supremacy has done to our school system, then we're not going to be able to make those changes. So I definitely want folks to continue to pay attention to what's happening with this school segregation lawsuit in the state of New Jersey, but we don't need to wait on a lawsuit because, again, we've seen that policy and law, quote unquote, the master's tools is not what's going to bring us liberation. The only thing that's going to bring us liberation is ourselves. And again, what we talked about earlier, right, self-determination, self-respect, and self-defense. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just want to the plug of, if you have not gotten Dr. Wells' book, you should. I'm working my way through it right now. Already, I can definitely recommend it. I will probably gift this to quite a few people based on, season. This book needs to be spread widely, right? So, brilliant book, has to be part of the conversation that we're having here. The afterword is by Raz Baraka. The forward is by Yvette Jackson. So just to plug that, I'm glad you plugged it. I meant to plug it. I brought the book up here, but I guess a lot of us are thinking around the same. You had her on your program, your podcast, so I think many of us are thinking along the same lines anyway. TJ Whitaker. You have created MAPSO, Freedom School. I love hearing the language, right? The question I have for you is, when you create needed communities, because it seems like MAPSO is a needed community, right? It's a space where, younger people within the district, older, they can come together and they can commune over strategy and each other, and a space where white supremacy isn't the norm, right? Where you don't have to fight it. There is, within many different progressive circles, people, individuals that come in the community that could literally wreck it, destroy it, as in cursing people out, they're causing levels of controversy. It seems like anytime we have, I see Leah, you're nodding your head, right? Because you're been there, right? With any progressive organization, there's levels of abuse of women. There are horrible things that people say to each other. There's are you black enough? It's almost like there's COINTELPRO, agent provocateurs, and whether or not, right, it is actually COINTELPRO or they just act like it doesn't matter, right? It's there are dysfunctional personalities that will destroy communities of care, right? They're communities of care, but they get undermined, and we see it all the time. This is historic. It comes from active targeting, and it could also act because we have a lot of trauma in our community. We have legitimate trauma. So it might not be COINTELPRO, it might not be the government, it's just somebody who got problems, but we are very open and we want to have and invite everyone. How do you maintain an open community when historically progressive communities get infiltrated either deliberately or just people with issues that can fracture and destroy? How do you maintain that? What are your thoughts on that?
I think in one word, I would say relationships. When Baba Saeed and I were in the campaign to free Black and New African political prisoners, with, again, Brother Darubin Wahad and Tanakil Jones. It was then.
Oh, can you speak into your mic?
Yeah, I'm sorry. With Brother Darubin Wahad and Tanakil Jones. But it was then that we learned the importance of being there for each other. So, for example, members in that group, and this was 20, 25 years ago again, but we got to know each other so well, but we also got to know each other's families, right? And so when you know your brother, but you also know his mom, right, and his older sister, right, and his significant other, right, and you know him in a way beyond, right, just doing the work, right? When you can be there as a group for someone whose lights just got turned off, right? And so we're going to make sure that your lights come back on, right? So we're going to be there, be accountable for each other in ways that go beyond, right, just doing the work, but being there for each other as people, right? When we started Maps for Freedom School, and shout out to some of our co-founders who have moved on, but Dr. Okaikor, R.E. Price, Ike Onyema, Greg Tuttle. But one of the things that we centered was, again, group self-care. So when people lost family members, right, and this was even before COVID, people lost family members, like we showed up in person, like we showed up by, again, like sending food, like, and you'd be surprised at how impactful that was when you're sitting with like your aunties and your cousins, right, and Nana and Pop, and the organization that you work with that do it, like you see this whole bunch of food come in, right, for you all now to kind, and they're like, TJ, or like, who sent it? Yo, those my people, yo, like those my folks, like that's how we roll, that's how we rock. And so when we talk about creating a secure organization, right, it's hard to come into an organization and wreak like the havoc that you're talking about, the COINTELPRO stuff, when there are true relationships, right? And you can't pull somebody aside and now start divide and conquer, because you know what? Nah, that's my sister Leah, so I'm not going to allow you to talk about her on the side. We're going to bring, and matter of fact, I'm bringing this back to the group, and you know what? We need to talk about, how we engage in activity outside of the, like, we can't have pockets. We can't have little groups that assume power. So little things make big things, right? But relationships, at the end of the day, are the #1 reason that organizations, in my opinion, will remain secure, or can remain secure.
And a follow-up along those same lines, right? Like, yes, but a follow-up along those same lines. I just finished, like, I've been listening to No Name's new album over and over again, right? And she has a line in it, that in a song called Hold Me Down, where she's really talking about within our community, when we actually have these relationships, what happens when betrayal sets in, and how do we regulate ourselves? So I get the answer in terms of how do you get outside people, right? Not from infiltrating. But how do we regulate ourselves? Because it's like, we're like, oh, I think one of the lines is, we say, oh, it's white supremacy, it's colonialism, right? But really, I think the part of the song is just really talking about where do we have accountability among ourselves within our organizations for how we behave with each other.
So one of the things we also do in Maps for Freedom School, we have a summer book reading group. And again, Dr. Owens joined us this summer. We read Our History Has Always Been Contraband, right? The book that, right? Kelly Kaepernick and Keeanga Yamada Taylor. So that was our summer reading. But a few years ago, Adrienne Marie Brown published a book called Emergent Strategy. And a lot of her work is about how so-called progressive organizations, how we do each other wrong, right? And so the idea of, I mean, again, we have to be able to call out, right, the patriarchy that has existed in the movement for decades, right? And so when black women, when folks want to bring that discussion to the table, as a part of Mapsol Freedom School, given my history, again, going back to Tanakil Jones and the Ruben Wahat, I wouldn't have been honest with myself. I wouldn't have been true to my socialization if I'm not bringing that. And so as the leader, as one of the co-leaders of the group, as a man in the group, as a man who identifies as a feminist, right, and believes that women should be in power, in positions of leadership in our organizations, that was the kind of conversations that we have ongoing in Mapsol Freedom School. Dr. Okaikor R.U. Price wouldn't have allowed us to continue without having those conversations. And so with a sister like that, with a brother with my history and the other members, that's just kind of where we moved. And we understand that if our organizations are going to ultimately, defeat white supremacy, that we do have to kind of, look for and attack some of those issues within our own organizations. We can't continue to kind of continue along with just the patriarchy, afraid to open up and have some of the conversations that, again, people in our community are suffering. And if we're not willing to listen to them, we can't possibly move forward and defeat our enemy.
All right, thank you. Oh, someone was that, yes?
I'm just going to briefly add, because you kind of asked us before, like, about replication, right? So to be a little bit more specific, I'm not going to name names or anything, but when TJ is talking about having those conversations, we experienced this, I don't know, maybe a couple of years ago, where we had to have a very difficult conversation with somebody who was a very integral member of Mapsol Freedom School, who had then moved on and had said and done some things that really hurt a lot of us. And so what we did is we named that hurt, we named that issue, and we called that person in with love. And I think in the previous panel, somebody said that, like, we're not calling people out, we need to hold people accountable, but we can do that with love. And we said, look, this is what happened, this is how we're feeling about it. Can you please explain to us what, in your mind, what happened? And we really heard that person, we really listened, and we really had a true dialogue, again, with love, with care, with respect. And we talked about how can we move forward from this. So again, just in terms of specifics, like, and replicating this, when we say having these difficult conversations with love, with respect, naming exactly what the issue is, and doing it together. It wasn't just a one-on-one conversation. It wasn't just, oh, TJ, you're like, you're a co-founder, can you talk to this person? No, we set a time where we could all meet together, all be in conversation, and figure out a way forward so that we can still love and respect that person. And we've tried to figure out that hurt and go on from that.
No, thank you. That was very powerful, right? Like that follow-up, very powerful. Clap. To a layered, nuanced question, so I appreciate that, right? We're going to the third part of this, where all of you are experts in your particular fields. You've done things. I want you to ask each other questions, like as part of community, like something that someone said that you're just curious about, right? Each of you right now know each other's kind of expertise. So starting with you, Principal Kafele, what question do you have for anyone on the panel? I'm just going right down this. but Dr. Owens, you could pass it to Dr. Owens.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm going to go with Brother Bashir. Bashir is aware that he talks about this word, hotep, a lot, including today. As a principal, and he knows this, I made a decision that we're not going to start school until I have greeted that entire school with the word hotep, right? So that's my 14 years of principalship. We never launched a day. So when we see each other in the hallway, we hotep to one another all day. And now they're all in their 20s, 30s, like Kylisha Hill was here, Wingfield Hill was here earlier, and she was one of my students, and she knows all about that. Yeah. And so now here they are, 20s, 30s, 40s, and some of my students, my first students are approaching their 50s, and they're still greeting me that way on social media, hotep. That just became normal for us. So Bashir, my question to you, I know what's happening within the walls of your classroom, and you know what was happening in the walls of my classroom and my school. But my question to you is, how do we transfer this so that it's not just, because look what happens. From the vantage point of youngster, I was blessed to, by maybe the luck of the draw, to be assigned to Brother Akinyele. But maybe another student in Weekway didn't have that opportunity just by the luck of the draw. Right? I didn't get that blessing. So now student A over here and student B over here, the only difference between A and B is I got Mr. Akinyele, and I got somebody else that doesn't know what you know. Or I was in Principal Kafele's school, and the other student, I wasn't. So I'm not getting that exposure. So now my question, and I think Principal came back in. Yeah. Is she here? She was here.
Oh, she's here. She's in the back.
Where's she at?
She's right in the back.
There you go. Because you know, every time I take this mic, I'm thinking about my colleague Principal in here, right? So, yeah. So Bashir, how do we, and this like a all-day question, so just give me the short version. How do we increase the probability that young people can go into a classroom and have Brother Akinyele in the classroom and Brother Kafele leading the school? How do we make that real?
Short response. We created, at Weekway High School, we created a Black History Committee. And the Black History Committee served, well, two committees, I'm going with the first one, served as the basis of taking our culture, taking the culture, to the school by various programs. We during Black History Month, for example, Black History Month, every Black History Month, the first week of Black History Month, we do convocation. We do a Black History Month convocation. We do libation. We say hotep, all right? We do libation. We have conscious raising poetry, conscious raising speakers, and then we close out with Harambe, right? We take that. That's just one example of many other cultural events, programs we do during the month of Black History Month, and then we do it during the year. Now, the second part of the committee now, we have a great principal, Mr. Thomas, great, awesome principal, man. He understands the role of culture in school, or how do we say it, Dr. Owens? Y'all got a culturally responsive curriculum, right? School. And so he created another cultural committee where we direct all kinds of cultural programs, Black History Month. We do Juneteenth. We do Women's History Month. We just finished with Hispanic or Latinx, Latino X Heritage Month. We even do LGBTQ. We all kinds of programs, but at the center of it all is attacking anti-blackness. All right, anti-blackness. So if you don't have Brother Akinyele, right, you're going to get some of Brother Akinyele in the entire school. All right.
So that goes back to what people were talking about, like what Celia was talking about in terms of community, right? What TJ Whitaker was talking about in terms of community. All right. So
absolutely, John. Right.
Celia Graham.
You actually asked a question that is always on my mind about self-care, but I'm going to direct this to Dr. Owens about self-care, because I think, particularly as a Black woman, I think there are other challenges that we sometimes face depending on the space we're in. So I'm curious if you have anything to say about self-care and just again, you kind of talked earlier about affirming yourself, but like, what is that like? What do you do to keep going, to keep fighting, and making sure that even though we're women, we're Black women, like we're here, we're doing this, and how do you keep going?
Thank you for that question. I was actually really excited when John asked it earlier, Bashir, because I was like, I don't know if I would have any answers. But I will say just recently, I've had, maybe we'll call it a revelation, and I said this to two of my Black women friends, and I was saying it to them, but I was saying it out loud just as much for myself. And so that revelation was that I don't have to do it all. I don't have to do it all. And that's certainly been something that I've been carrying around for a long time. And so just the way having that revelation and working through it, I mean, over the last year and some change of really internalizing that and reminding myself has changed my relationship with time, what I do with my time, how I go about determining, what I'm going to teach that day, or quote unquote, like how much I'm going to teach, right? I don't need to be, I have a little bit more leeway as a college professor, but even in the high school classroom, there's this idea that you need to teach quote unquote from bell to bell, right? Whatever the lesson plan is. However, those conversations that you have with your students on the side before the lesson, quote unquote, after the lesson, quote unquote, are just as much a part of the lesson as that standard or objective that you've written down and submitted to your administrator. So all that, just an example of like my relationship to time, my relationship to people, and how I prioritize people over the quote unquote work has changed as a result of that revelation that I don't need to do it all. There are other folks who are going to pick up the ball. Should I walk along and see it lying there, I can let it stay right there because I'm on a mission and I'm working on something. And just because I'm only working on quote unquote one thing, if you will, doesn't mean that I'm not doing enough or that I'm not enough. So that's definitely something that I've been wrestling with recently, and I've seen the change in myself again, like with that, especially that relationship to time, what I'm doing with my day, and my relationship to people.
And Bashir Akinyele, well, I'm just going to throw this one thing in there in terms of self-care as well. Like, in coaching, I noticed in 2009, it was December of 2018, and there was a student who was going through a lot of issues. I helped counsel the student through those issues. After I counseled the student through those issues, I was alone in the hallway, and this was at a tournament in New York, and I just, started crying, right? And I realized that part of when I counseled this student, it had triggered all the other counseling that I had done over the years, right? Like, kids have trauma, those trauma comes to you. I'm like, I triggered myself. I went, cleaned up, dealt with what I needed to deal with. But I knew then, I was like, I gotta change some things, right? I gotta, one, therapy good, right? I encourage it, because even if you are, like, I consider myself very strong. I can handle a lot, but always need help, right? Because we are dealing with other people's trauma. That's trauma too, right? And especially in terms of the work that we do and all the fights that we have, right? So I just want to throw that out there with massage days, right? With some days, like Tuesday, I don't have after-school practice. That was a change for the first time in my career in years, right? No practice on Tuesday, and people who know me know I'm pretty intense, right? I limit certain tournaments that I go to, all of that, right? Because I know that care is important. Personal relationships are important. Going out with your friends, important. Developing relationships, important. So I just want to throw that in there too. I put the question in there, but I also was like, hit with the question as well, so. Right. So, Bashir, your question.
Oh yeah, we forgot to add another important thing, getting therapy sometimes, talking talking to someone, to get all that stuff out, brother. That helps.
Absolutely.
Man. Some of us have great medical benefit plans,
Yes, if you were a teacher,
Right.
you got mad insurance.
Right. So you need to go and, if you need to go talk to somebody to get that stuff out, please. That's another way. At least I did that myself. So, Brother TJ, this question's for you, my brother. Brother TJ, brother, Baba Zaid was one of how you would call it, like he was like an adjunct professor in our community, right? He taught us about the history of black liberation struggles, particularly the history of the original Black Panther Party, right? And about political prisoners. And I learned so much outside of college. I went to Essex County, graduated there, went to Seton Hall, graduated, class of '93. My professor is here, my old Professor Pritchett. Big shout out to you, Professor Pritchett. Great professor at Seton Hall. So, my question to you, Brother TJ, you learned so much about the Black Panthers, about the struggles of political prisoners. How was it, do you find it a battle to teach about the Black Panthers, the original Black Panther Party, about political prisoners in a school system? Because America is still very much afraid, let's be clear, y'all, still afraid of the original Black Panther Party. And some folk who teach about that history, we get the bad evaluations, but Rudy Kafele. We get the bad evaluations, all right? And some of us are even pushed out of the school, all right? Totally pushed out of the school, or totally pushed out of the school district.
Right.
All right? So how do you, is it a struggle? How do you navigate? That's what I'm trying to say. How do you navigate through all of that in a Seton Hall? In a South Orange Maplewood school district?
One of the things that I always support is teachers get involved in curriculum writing. And then just in the last few years, I've really tried to impress upon younger teachers, especially younger Black teachers, to get involved in curriculum writing. In my opinion, it's one of the best ways to directly combat what's going on in Florida, in Texas, and also here in New Jersey, where there are laws, policies on the books, to limit us teaching our history. When we write the curriculum, and so when I was at Seton Hall Prep, wrote the curriculum that brought in the autobiography of Assata Shakur, that brought in Death Blossom. If I write the curriculum that brings in Look for Me in the Whirlwind, then it allows me not just to teach about the Black Panthers, say, in a lesson, but literally in an entire unit, Now we're talking 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks, where it's not just a one-hit, let's look at the 10-point platform program, but we can literally look at various chapters of the party across the country. We can look at, again, the Panther 21. We can look at the Black Panther chapters down in Alabama. We can look at the international chapters. We can look at documentaries. We can read Panther poetry. We can look at, analyze, Panther photography. It's all in the curriculum, And it's not about me as a teacher, sneaking it in, or parents then being able to go to admin and call me out, in an email or at a board meeting, because it's literally in the curriculum. It's what your kids are supposed to learn, And it's going back to one of the other questions, when we, to Dr. Kafele's question, really, when we talk about trying to transfer some of what you did, what we're all doing in class to other classrooms that we know are happening, the thing that we are kind of internalizing in Maxwell Freedom School, there are more teachers of Black children than there are Black teachers, We are less than 10% of the total population. So,
And that's high.
Yeah,
10% is high.
And 10% is high. So it's not a lot of us, teaching Black kids. So there's a lot of people who don't look like us right, who are teaching our children. And so it might sound, funny to some folks, but if we don't have a commitment to developing some of those white teachers who are teaching black children, right, we're doing damage to those kids, right? We're doing damage to those kids. So some of those tough conversations that Dr. Kafele talked about having with our colleagues, we have to be committed to having those conversations to folks, white folks leaving the room upset, coming up to the stage, telling us we know what we did wrong. But if we don't have those conversations, they don't get to go home and maybe, by the grace of God, reflect and be like, damn, you know what? There was something there today. After I get through my stuff about my white supremacy or what they called me racist or whatever, right? There's a chance, right? Because we just did it a few weeks ago. New teacher, professional development. They came back asking for more, right? They want to know how to build those relationships with some of the black kids, right? And so we have to have that commitment because there are more teachers who are white who teach black children than black teachers who teach black children. And when we accept that reality, that informs some of the work that we have to do moving forward.
All right. So, Dr. Owens?
Yeah, so I do just want to take a second, since we've been talking about curriculum, and shout out another educator right here in the audience in the blue hat, Tariq Rahim. He is currently on the cover of the NJEA Review, and other educators from around the state to showcase, yes, their work with the Amistad Commission. So I absolutely want to shout him out. So my question is to the three current classroom teachers. And so in your radical imagination, what is one thing that you would like to see change, right, in your district or in your school, right, if protracted struggle wasn't our reality, if it could happen tomorrow? It doesn't need to be the first thing, so I'm phrasing it purposefully. Just one thing that you would like to see.
And
yes.
And also, I know that I just got word from that that our time is running short. So yes, just continue.
Okay, so I'll keep it brief. I think one thing is thinking about what school looks like physically, because I think part of blackness and part of culture is that we like to express ourselves. And we're not all a monolith, but a lot of times we are very expressive people. And so in the lunchroom, we shouldn't all have to be sitting with our feet together, quiet, just because we're having a good time and laughing and maybe being a little bit loud. And I don't mean being rude or obnoxious, right? But because we're making noise doesn't mean that we're making trouble. Just because we want to tell our stories verbally doesn't mean that we don't know how to tell stories. It doesn't mean that we don't know language or again, we are expressive people. So I think even thinking physical space, thinking what does it look like to show your understanding of something, to show your, again, thinking from a language arts perspective. Writing, of course, physical writing is important, but you can express or show your understanding of a lesson in different ways. And we should be able to allow students to express themselves and to show their understanding of a topic in different ways.
Oh, well, okay. Well, you're still a teacher. All right. TJ, big shout out to you. I forgot to mention that, it was TJ that provided a way for me to actually go meet political prisoners like Bashir Hamid, that when I changed my name, I gave that colonizer's name back, right? It was first a Kiswahili name, Bashiri. But then when I met Brother Bashir, I was so moved by that brother that I dropped the I and took on Bashir, all right? And we communicated all the way up until he passed on to the ancestral realm. I just want to thank you for that, brother, too. Exactly, right. While he was still in prison, that's right. He died, he passed on to the ancestral realm in prison, unfortunately. But I just want to give you a big shout out, Brother TJ, for providing an avenue for me, brother, all right? I mean that, Me, real simple, I would like to see more black studies, women's studies, Latino studies, courses in other marginalized courses in the schools, in every school, along with the Amistad, right? As long as with the Amistad curriculum being adhered to, I think that would definitely put white supremacy a little bit, down the shelf a little bit. So that's something that I would love to see, and I know that would be a protracted struggle, definitely, Dr. Owens, all right, to see that happen, but we need to do that, all right? But that's what I would like to see. That's my vision, all right? And
So I'm going to answer that Owens' question, and then can I ask my question because it's directly related? And my question.
And
go ahead.
Finish.
No, and the question is to Brother Kafele on the end, right? And this is what I want to see, but I want to ask him if he can put this in context for me, all right? So, and I wrote this down, so I had to write. I want you to give us some advice, right, for us here. We have school leaders, right, who talk about wanting to be on the side of change, right, who want to change schools. But some of these same leaders, same school leaders, principals, right, to be specifically, will protect pro-police, vice principals, right, and other staff, and then they devalue and marginalize us, right? And so these folks are talking out of both sides of their mouth, right? At one hand, and they'll be at the board meetings or whatever, talking about social change, but then a vice principal who's pro-police, they're defending it, right? Or other staff.
What you mean by pro-police?
Well, in terms of the role that police play, again, we're talking about, if we're talking about South Lawrence Maplewood, for example, right? And I just named in 2016, right, the incidents that we had where they harassed. And so between 2016 and 2023, it's not like the issue has gone away, right? But we will have school officials who will talk about, well, if the boys just act differently when they're in town, or if, it's about pulling your pants up and, turning your hat around and things like that. Well, again, if we know just because of who we are or because of who they are as young black men, right, that they're seen a certain way by the police or they're seen a certain way by certain people in the town, then as a school administrator, you can't be defending that, right? You can't let your assistant principals co-sign the police harassment of our students and then talk about being a social justice educator, right? So I want some advice, if possible, from Brother Kafele about what do we do with some of those school leaders, or how do we, what do you suggest in terms of
A lot of time, but I'll say this. It goes back to some remarks I made at the outset of this panel. What you're describing is something that's normal. And that person may not have the wherewithal to change. They go to the board meeting, as you just said, and they may talk the right stuff. But in terms of their practice, that's who they are. So let me couch it this way, and I know time is short. I've walked away, I think, from 4 different superintendent offerings in Jersey, different districts, that I didn't want it, right? It just wasn't my calling, so to speak. But I want to say this about it. In sitting in those meetings, I don't want to call them interviews because I didn't necessarily want to be there. I just went. So in those meetings, each one I said to them, if I were to take this position, I cannot live in central office. As the superintendent, I understand that there are things that have to be done at the office, but if I were to take this position, I have to live in buildings. Here's why. Because from that seat, the most important person in my life as superintendent are the principals of those buildings. If that principal doesn't have the education that you speak of, that's my role, because that's my foot soldier. I have to position myself, whether it be individually in schools or to spend adequate time with district principals, to be able to teach and to expose and to enlighten about things that they just don't know, things that they're just not privy to. Because remember, and we'll remove this from Newark and South Orange, Maplewood, and I'll say this. You got principals and teachers and children, right? So the children grow up in their own bubble. And in so many cases, they don't know a lot of the world beyond the bubble that they were born into. That's their world. You got the teacher over here who grew up in his or her own bubble, and the school leadership who grew up in their own bubble. So now they grow up and they make a decision, the ones over here, that I think I want to teach. I think, and one day maybe lead, right? So they go on to college, they go on to pre-service, and chances are good, but I won't paint with a broad brush, that they gravitate to people who look like the ones back at the bubble at home. So now I'm in this world where the kids I'm ultimately going to come in contact with if I decide to go urban or rural are these kids in this bubble that I know nothing about, right? So now, because I come into a district, an urban district, for the first time in my life, these two bubbles intersect, where prior to that, I only saw black people, brown people from a distance, television, the supermarket, MetLife Stadium, you know, somewhere like, but we're not in the same space, and now we come into the school, we're in the same space. Because of the work I do, I get to have lunch with these folks and ask the question. Because a lot of places that I speak, I'm the only black person in the space. But the children are black and brown, based on the numbers that you just recited. Black males represent 1.3% of the total teaching force in America, black women about 7%. So when someone in Newark who may be naive and see, man, there's a lot of black people here. Yeah, because they all concentrated in Newark, in Detroit, in Cleveland, in Houston, in Dallas, and so forth. But then when you get beyond all that, and it's still black kids all over the place, that people don't know the names of those smaller towns. They're not the big major cities, but they in there, and they populating them heavy, but they're not seeing black people. So now, I don't know that I'm supposed to be this thing that you just described. No one's taught me that. I've never been exposed to that. I've never seen that. I don't know that. And when I see black children underachieving, I don't understand the isms, the layers of isms, the racism, sexism, homophobia, and so on. I don't see that. So I think that they're just inherently underperforming. I don't realize the brilliance in them because I don't understand the oppression that accompanies their entrance into the building every day. So it's a multi-layered question, but it boils down to what I just said. They got to be educated, right? All the crap that's in their head got to be unraveled, and then they got to be. Then we got to reteach, remold, reshape these folks who are leading these schools. So I always say, if I was a superintendent, which I don't think I ever will be, but if I was, then that principal is the most important person to me in my space, because I have to know that that person is equipped to lead that school of the children that attend those particular buildings.
Are black men and women. So that's where I was, yeah. Right. Yeah, and that's my point, right? Yeah.
See, I could be black and I've attained a certain level of education and success, so I look like the children. But in terms of connection, I miss it because I don't know them anymore. Because now I'm at another level and I'm seeing them through the wrong set of lenses.
And that goes back to the overwhelming assumption underneath all of these questions, which was, if you don't actively fight against white supremacy, you are indeed actually replicating it. There's no, color blindness is the enforcement of white supremacy. And that seems to be the consensus of everyone who's here. Well, I know that everyone's asked a question. Leah, I'm going to ask, Dr. Owens, I'm going to ask your question as well. I like calling you Dr. Owens as well. I know that Dr. Owens is awesome. To answer your question directly, for me, I'm a classroom teacher, and I just finished writing a debate curriculum for the city of Newark, and that can be utilized in every high school in the city. I think that and it's rooted in basically my 30 years of teaching and best practices in there, step by step. And I think it's the fundamental breaking down of communication. It combines culture. It deals with the reality of white supremacy on multiple levels, including quoting Ptahhotep and an entire author, because he was the first book written in human history, apparently, was about rhetoric and debate, right? Ptahhotep wrote the first book, and it was great because the Greeks based their stuff on that. So, yeah, if I had a wish, it would be that everybody teaches that course in speech and in debate. We are now, I think we are out of time. Ed, Zaid, do we have time? Can we do have the question thing? Can we do questions from the audience? Do we have time? You said that pretty emphatically. Can we have one? If there's one question, can we have one? One. All right.
I patiently listened to this, and what I want to share with everyone that's here is there are systems in place that you call white supremacy, and we all have our systems. You are the students of the educational system, which actually says you're certified to be teachers. This brother said, well, there's not enough teachers. But see, we can create our own system where you can actually take people, go to churches, go to communities, and say, let me teach you how to teach this curriculum, because we need more people teaching this curriculum. And then, therefore, you can begin to set up schools and after-school programs. I'm a student of our after-school program. And so now in those after-school programs, those teachers who you taught outside of the educational system that y'all came from, but who you taught to teach a curriculum about black history. And so that's one thing. And an example of that is when we were boycotting the bus boycott. Martin Luther King created his own transportation system, and it proved to be it made results. I'm not a speaker. I'm an entrepreneur, so I run businesses, but I'm not a speaker. And so that's one. And so then, what's the purpose in all this? Black history. Where do you see these students going to? Now, because we can say that y'all made it, but where is the results? This brother talked about for years that he's been in this system, right, and we haven't seen a lot of results. And so what really is going to change our community is what this lady mentioned was love. We have to find a way to systematically teach our people to love each other. I mentioned to this brother, I said hold on, let me finish. I said he should add loving each other to his Trinity. And so, but then here's the thing. Change it. Change it. Just change it. We sometimes get stuck in systems and we say, we can't change it. But see, talking with this brother
ask a question.
And asking that question about adding it, he said, we can't.
You know what, big
we
brother?
can't. And so we have to be bold enough to create our own systems and change the systems in order for all our people to have a quality life. I say this all the time. Everyone can't be rich.
And I'm asking if you have a question.
A quality of life. And that's what has to be portrayed amongst each other before we get anywhere.
Well, brother, we honoring today, October 7th, we're honoring Imam Amiri Baraka. He talked about that love, black love, independence. We honored the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He talked about black love and independence. we as a community, at the end of the day, we got to take it upon ourselves to teach our people black love and independence. And I want to add to Dr. Leah's own question. I hope and pray that one day black folks get back to independent education. All right.
And and what we're asking is, and before you give out the mic, if you have a question though, ask it, because we're here for it. Okay, fair enough. All right, thank you. Well, we don't. Yeah, we don't. We got to go. Yes, but people can stick around.
We'll stick around.
So, all right. So wait. People can stick around if they want, but we have to respect people's time. I want to thank all the panelists. Right? Give a big round of applause to everybody who's here, everybody who's come up. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your comments. I learned a lot. I took notes. And if you want to ask questions, we'll be around.
Thank you for your patience. One announcement that's real important. There's a private affair that's happening this evening that's going to honor some of our elders who participated in Gary 72 from Newark, right? And because of the resource issue, we had to make it a private event, but I've since been given the instruction that everybody who has remained, we have enough seats available so that you can join this event. It's going to be right here in the atrium, 7 p.m., a dinner award ceremony where we will award the surviving elders. That includes Lawrence Hammond, the People's Organization for Progress. He was 18 years old in 1972 when he participated in Gary. That includes Dr. Leonard Jeffries, okay, right? Straight out of the South Ward of Newark, right? And who goes all around the world and lets everybody know where he's from, right? Amazing teacher and master teacher. Junius Williams, we heard some of our folks lift up Junius today several times on the education question around the abolition leadership. Junius was there in 72. We're going to honor him tonight, right? Mama Amina Baraka, right? And of course, still in office at 80, Assemblywoman Cleopatra Tucker, right? So we're going to honor them tonight. So we need y'all to get out of here so we can get set up and get our stuff straight so we can come back and deal with that tonight. No disrespect to anyone. We appreciate everyone's patience. We appreciate everybody that braved this bad weather we had earlier today. There's been a break in the weather, right? We appreciate the hospitality and the warmth and the support that we've gotten from our folks here at Science. Principal here, I've been here all day, right? We appreciate that, right? And she's sitting there and she's taking notes, right? And Baruti, first chance you get, where's my principal? Right? He understands the importance of making these connections. Our beloved tech staff right here, Brother Washington and his crew, right? Patient, pleasant, polite, totally professional, totally warm, totally cordial. We appreciate that. Now, you know what we got to do now? We got to get out of here. Now, yes, there are two streams. Newark TV left, right? So they didn't get all of this, unfortunately. But NBPC, our own stream, and some of Newark TV, and the Nation is doing it too, right? Is the Nation streaming it? Or they're just streaming Minister Farrakhan? Okay, all right. But yeah, so we have this where it can be seen in other places where you can see it afterwards, all right? And we hear you, brother. We appreciate your spirit, all right? Okay? Yeah, all right? So we will see y'all at 7, but we got to get out of here now, all right?